Morning, good morning, good morning. What a great day in the great city of Lamar. City of Lamar City Council Special Agenda of August 18th, 2025. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamar, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 18th, 2025, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. According with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamar City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Lott, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A is not here. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present, thank you. The third item is presentations. But what we will do is we will have our normal invocation and pledge. And if you are able, at this time, we would like for you to stand. Good morning, David. Let's pray. Eternal God, our Father, we are delighted that your presence is among us this morning. We thank you for waking us up this morning. We thank you for giving us purpose this morning. We thank you for providing us with a wonderful, wonderful day. Dear God, we thank you for each and every one of these residents of this great city of Lamar. We thank you for each and every appointed official. We thank you for these, Lord, those elected members of this community. Lord, we pray that you would lead us in your wisdom, in your grace, in your truth, to do what is in the best interest of each and every one of those residents of this great city. Lord, we lean on you, we depend on you, and we thank you for all that you will do in this hour. We ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. We are now up to our citizens' participation, limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If you're wishing to speak, give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, address, and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you're participating via the Zoom platform on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you are here with us in person, there is a podium and a microphone in the center aisle. When your name is called, you will have 3 minutes. Ms. Lott, are you our timekeeper for today?
Yes, sir.
When Ms. Lott raises her hand, you will have 30 seconds. Are there any persons online wishing to speak?
I'm here, Mayor.
You are here, and you are?
I am Haley Winkleman.
Hello, Ms. Haley. Name and address. Well, you just gave your name, address for the record, if you so choose.
I'm not gonna give my address today. I just have something really short to say. That our community officers, inmates, and municipal court staff need a new building. This is not a want. This is a necessity. Even Lowry News Network got this one right. It is unsafe. Y'all, I've been in that building. It is 100% unsafe. I was kind of surprised when Lowry News Network went against this bond last night, though. So I guess they were just wanting to talk more crap about the community and not be a part of the solution. Shocking, I know. The total was lower a few years ago. It was, but hindsight is always 2020, and now the total is 17.5 million. If we don't pass this bond now, costs will only continue to rise drastically due to the trade war and tariffs. a lot of the construction materials for a building like this are going to be steel and imports, and that is costing more every single day. According to my neighbors, 17 million, 17.5, it does sound like a lot. And honestly, if it was one person paying for it, it would be. But according to the Galveston County Daily News, it is only a $1.06 increase per 100,000 valuation. So for every $100,000 your home is valued, it would only be $1.06 per year. For most of us, the majority of us in this community, it will be less than $4. That $4 gives us all a new, safe, and modern justice building that our officers and municipal court staff deserve. While we may feel like a small town, we are growing exponentially all the time. We have new neighborhoods going in, we are getting new businesses, and exciting things are happening. But we need to be able to keep up with that growth. We need to provide everyone a safe working environment, and we need to provide a safe place for inmates that we do happen to, take into custody while they're awaiting transport to county. So again, it's only $1.06 per $100,000 valuation for most of us, less than $4 per year. And this is something that is a necessity. It's not a want. And if we wait, it's only going to cost more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Anyone else online?
No, sir, Mr.
Ms. Lot, do we have anyone here in person wishing to speak?
No, sir. No one has submitted a form.
Very good. Thank you. Let's move now past item 4 to item 5, old business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 5.1, review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2025, 2026 departmental budgets and all funds. Where we last left off in this drama was that Mrs. Holly was in peril. And the bad guys were coming in. And the story ended. And yet here we are this morning, and we will turn this over to Ms. Holly, because like any superhero, perhaps she has found a way to save the day. Ms. Holly.
Thank you very much. And it was not through my efforts, it was the efforts of the staff, in particular the big three, police, fire, and public works, that they came through and they scrubbed their budgets, because it ended up being around 6 million that had to be fixed, because the budget that was presented initially from your former finance director was at a 45-cent tax rate, and your tax rate is at a 39-cent tax rate. So the job was to go back and reduce the revenues to get you back down to what you could reasonably expect at a 39-cent rate, which is your current rate. It's actually 0.398501. And then also to reduce the expenses that would go along with that. And so they went back and they scrubbed all of their numbers, and the budget that you have in front of you today for both the general and enterprise funds are balanced. What we needed to do was on the general fund side, except for police and fire, who have their collective bargaining, all of the vacant positions, save for the finance director and library director, are shown as frozen. So that was a little over $500,000 that we were able to save. And then, as I said, the big three came in and they made significant savings, and they got us down to where we needed to be. The only other magic that was done is the staffing for the police and fire was budgeted at 98%, which was again a very significant savings, because you typically do not have 100% of your staff on board
100% of the time. So it is not intended that they would only be staffed at 98%, but it is a recognition that that is a reality over the fiscal year. So the tax rate that we're asking you to set is 0.398501, which is your current tax rate. It will raise more revenue than last year because you have higher values. Your voter approval rate is at 0.45, so we are below that. The no new revenue is at 0.37. We are above that. Your debt rate is 0.11. That is for your current debt. And the de minimis rate, which is the rate that would provide an additional $500,000 over last year's levy, is a 0.402 rate. So we're below even the de minimis rate. And you have the sheets that are in blue that you can replace in your book that go through all of the different departments. And then Mayor Pro Tem, specifically for you, if you will look at the far right column, it will tell you the percent change from the 25 budget to the 26 budget. So that when you go through any of your line items, you can look at where we were last year to what's proposed for this year, and then see how that changes in terms of percent. Agatha also spent a lot of time ensuring that you have accurate org charts for each of the areas. And so in each of because that was one of the other things the council asked for, so that the council understands who's working where. And as you look at the very first one, under the city org chart, the top listing is, as it should be, the citizens of Lamar. And then you have mayor and council, and then it goes across. She also came through and is showing all the positions that are frozen. Excuse me. So the council can see it. And then if you will flip to these two sheets, that will give you the overall summary of the two big funds. In the general fund, it will show you our revenues are conservatively expected to be $23,621,000. We will have expenditures of $23,521,000, which means that we have $99,000 remaining that could be allocated to various uses. The reason it shows as a negative is that's how our program, all revenues are shown as negatives. So it's not, we're not overdrawn by 99,000. That's actually a small buffer or small savings that we have that could be allocated during the year if the council decides that that is necessary. One of the things that happened through this is we heard that you wanted to carry forward the $27,500 that the Parks Board wanted for projects. That has been carried forward. So we will have that money for parks. Under the utility fund, we have 10.9 in revenue and we have 10.8 in expenditures, which is only leaving 100,000. That is something I'll be talking to you in January. I think there needs to be some consideration of rate increases because we're not bringing in enough to pay for the debt, which this year is 600,000 to the Texas Water Development Board. But the way that I'm used to preparing budgets is we prepare the budgets, it gets adopted, it starts in October, and then in January, if we need any fee increases, we come back to the council for your consideration, anything that might need to be raised at that time, so that we're not doing too many moving parts at one point. So I do present a balanced budget to you at the 39-cent tax rate. And that is my presentation for you today, sir. Oh, the other thing is, Tom with the library did your new cover sheet.
Oh, look at
Which I
Tom.
thought was really, he does a great job.
That
I
is
mean,
nice, yeah.
and seriously, your staff was working late hours, over the weekend, at night, to pull this together for you. And I really want to commend them for the time that they spent to get this done. And if the police, fire, and public works had not come to the table with voluntary cuts, I would not be here with you today saying that you have a balanced budget. So I really want to say thank you to the people, and the back row that you're seeing back there all came together to help with this. I mean, as in addition to other people, but you really have a staff that you can rely on and be proud of for meeting the extraordinary needs that happened in a short period of time.
Very good. Were you done with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, this is gonna take a minute for us to fully digest, I'm sure. Let's, I guess, get into a discussion, with the big three at some point to see what those cuts look like and see how that, you like that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
Great
thinking.
minds think alike.
Before that, I want to ask some questions about some
You ready?
assumptions.
to ask your question?
Yes.
Okay, well, Mayor Pro Tem.
Some assumptions before we get into.
Okay, go ahead.
And if you would clarify, Ms. Holly, your proposed current year property taxes of the 5.6, that you use the tax calculation worksheet as the value from the ad valorem, and then you extrapolated from there?
Actually asked the tax assessor to do that on our behalf.
Okay, so they're the ones that calculated,
Yes, sir.
made the estimate of proposed taxes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, so that lends some clarity to that question. The other item on making some assumptions here, I'm trying to identify, as I went through this last night, I was trying to identify additional sources of revenue or look at things that perhaps were too low, in my opinion. And so some of these things I'm just pointing out. And I once again want to say that I hope that our new budgeting software, which is from another city, but will lend clarity in upcoming years, because this is there's too much in here. It's not simplified budget. So let me ask some questions in here. The vehicle inventory tax, that represents the tax that's assessed at all these little used car lots that we have in the city at the end of the year. Is that accurate?
I believe that's correct, sir.
And I noticed yesterday, I'm only bringing this up because there's a whole new one on Highway 3 that was just before you get to Cedar. And I'd never seen that one before. So the amount there, I think, will impact that. You made that assumption there in that increase. I appreciate that. Under the section of coin-operated machine licenses, my question is, why did you go lower there? Because in fiscal year 2024, we actually generated $667,000. And those are our, I
What's
think,
the line item on that, please?
that would be 3323.
He's right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Got it. So part of that is because they're being shut down. And so rather than overestimating those revenues, if we have any more that they decide are not meeting the current state law, I'm estimating those conservatively.
They're being shut down?
If they are gambling, and so there's always that line that gets crossed, and so then they can be shut
But
down.
I haven't heard we haven't had any
We
shutdown.
had a raid.
Have we, Lamar?
Yeah.
Yep.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning, sir.
If you'll remember back when we went over code, I told you that our revenue number was low because 3 of them were shut down for nefarious
Three?
activity.
Okay, well, it must have, that's the Duda. Okay,
Yeah, and they were not shut down by anybody in any law enforcement agency in the city of Lamarque.
Mhm.
It
They
was
were
a
shut down
task
by
force.
much larger agencies than ours. So
Yeah.
we did lose 3. They may reopen, but we don't know for sure. They may reopen. Somebody else may open them up. Those things change hands left and right. They reopen, they close, they reopen, they
Yeah.
close, but we can't justify adding the revenue for those 3 that may no longer be with us.
Okay. I understand.
Also, ordinance coming that y'all requested.
Oh, ordinance.
Yeah,
ordinance.
we're
Gotcha.
working,
Thank you. Thank you.
we're working on that. Hope to have that to you before, so it makes an impact for next year.
Gotcha. Thank
And coin operated machines, does that include these little, those hooks?
Yes.
So
Those
coin
things?
operated amusements deals with any type of machine, whether it be a pinball machine, a gumball machine, a jukebox, a pool table, anything like that. Now the difference is that fee is different than the 8-liner fee.
Okay.
There's 2 separate fees on those, and they're determined by the serial number and the license on the machine itself.
And laundry mats in the city are not charged any sort of fee for
Those are not coin operated amusements. We don't charge the fees on those.
So it's just, the operative word is amusement.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And then the next thing. I noticed that there was nothing shown for culvert setting fee. We don't charge for culverts, putting the culverts in the driveway or in the front of a house or something.
That is, I know the city has a permit for it, but we're getting outside of my area
Oh,
of
okay.
expertise.
Expertise. Yeah.
just
I
thought-
believe there is a fee because somebody has to come out and inspect it, and Public Works is supposed to, Public Works or a contractor for the city is supposed to install them because of drainage. I don't know if there's a fee. I don't know if,
Yeah.
I would think there should be because we have to make sure that the water flows.
Jose says it's not Jose, but Shannon told me it was like $150 for them to put in a culvert.
Yeah.
If they don't
That seems
have
extremely
one.
low.
Okay.
Public Works.
Okay. Then the and at Miss Holly, at the top of the sheet, when you look at your totals at the very end. Once again, I hope our new budget software has this, but in other cities, we begin with what's our cash on hand.
I have not seen that has been done in this community. That is what you should be doing, is we should have whatever the balance is
Is.
in those accounts, and then you would bring a balance forward.
Bring-
So the audit is not ready. We're going to have to find out in those accounts what's left. In some communities, they just move those revenues forward in that account. And in other communities, they sweep it and they pull it all back into the general fund for reallocation. So it'll be up to the council as to how they do that. But at this point, I do not know where what those numbers are.
And just by way of information, the reason cities do that is it gives us a snapshot of our reserves,
Correct.
of what reserve dollars that we have.
Yes, sir.
So hopefully in our new budgeting software, I hope that'll be.
And also understand, we have what is called pooled, POOLED, or consolidated accounts. We have 3 separate places that we stash our money. And I'm not sure why you would do that because it's unduly complicated. But we do have one account that has over 18 million in it, that 8 of that goes to the TEDC, but it appears that that's where our reserves are kept. And for a 90-day reserve, we should be, I think it was like, I calculated either 5 or 8 million, but I can get you those exact numbers because I've got that calculated for this year and what we need to have on a daily basis.
Very good. That's all I had.
That's all you have written? Okay, I think at this point, Ms. Holly, you said that the big three did a lot of cuts.
Yes, sir.
And so I think it is probably prudent for us to speak with those big three to see what those cuts were, so that the community can understand what those cuts are, so that we can assure our community that
Thank you.
that safety will still be a priority, and that we have not lost any of our safety features because of these cuts. Give the council more time to go through this presentation, and then we can, after that, go back into more of a discussion type of a experience, if you will. Does that sound good with you?
That's fine. By the way, just one other item, I just made a note. I did not see Miss Holly in here. The, what do we call it, Miss Griffin? The $2 park fee assessment shown anywhere as special revenue.
Isn't that under I thought I saw it under the utility fund?
I don't know if it would be properly under utility.
I saw the,
I didn't see it.
oh, maybe, wait,
As
it
a
was
line
it was in
item?
other in the back.
Other, yeah, it is other, but usually it's shown as a special revenue
Okay,
amount. And, but I didn't see it listed anywhere in our cash.
Okay.
oh, okay.
That's about 800,000, I understand.
And where would you want it to be listed?
Uh,
This here?
It would be shown on the, as it's somewhere in a listing,
Okay.
probably
Put it like-
as a.
I got you.
We have a parks recreation fees total. It should be in there. And Mayor Pro Tem, that's $2 per household
Yes.
per, okay.
For, yeah.
Per water bill.
Per water
Per
bill.
water account.
And we have about, I think, do we have 8,000 water accounts? Am I,
Yes,
okay.
right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
There are approximately 8,000 residential now, and then about a little under 2,000 commercial, I think. That might be high. But they're split.
I see park surcharge fee,
Where do you see that?
3331. Look at that. The back of that first page.
Back over. Wait, and look at this one.
It's in the second block.
You see that, Ms. Thompson?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I see the park rental, surcharge, recreational programs and community room rentals.
There's a line item there. They don't have any, and there isn't any revenue in that line item.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I did see that one.
Yeah.
And
I don't
there
know
was
if
no
we-
revenue.
Should that be
Okay.
where it belongs?
I will verify where it belongs and make sure that it's in there.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You know, the other thing that I didn't come to think of it, the other item which I was looking for, because it says 0 on here. But remember we were at the retreat, we were told that there was 2 million in the disaster fund. And I saw disaster fund listed here. There were several categories, but they all had 0. That was the other area of clarity I was looking for.
Okay.
The disaster fund revenues.
One of the areas that is not going to show up is if it's simply sitting in a fund, it does not show up in your budget if the money is not being budgeted to be spent. So what this is not giving you are any of the pooled cash accounts, because I have seen the same thing where we have a fund that has money in it, but if we're not proposing to spend it, it doesn't show up.
These
But-
are revenues. I got you.
Well,
Yeah.
And so that, once again, I hope that it's our new budgeting software, but in here, but the, at the heading, I'll show you, I'll take a snapshot. But at the heading, what I'm used to is that then you have your special revenue accounts. And they're also shown that that's your snapshot for the community, your special revenue accounts. And even though and we discussed it last year, budget, right? We were gonna allocate, make sure we had these special revenue, disaster was one of them. And it would be appropriate to put it as a special revenue fund, as a separate, but once again, I'm just asking that it be shown, but I'll demonstrate to you what I'm talking about and pass it on to you.
Thank you, sir.
I think, Ms. Holly, what you're trying to articulate, is in this document, these are the revenue streams that the revenue generation for this particular year, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think Mayor Pro Tem is asking that we have also those accounts that perhaps may not generate revenue, but there's still fiscal resources, financial resources in those accounts. You'd like to add those to the documentation as well. Is that what you're saying, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Combined budget, so we've got the general operating, there's utility. There's special, or,
Yeah. Yeah, just need to find a way to document it in the budget document.
It would be helpful, I think, for everyone to get a clearer picture of where we are financially to see that.
Yes, ma'am. That works. I think we're all on the same page. Hello, Ms. Yancey. Let the record reflect, Ms. Lot, that Ms. Yancey is present at 10:41. Will you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess, Ms. Yancey, this is our new budget presentation. This is the new general fund revenues, 23 million. The new general fund expenditures, 23 million. The new utility fund revenues, 10 million. The new utility fund expenditures, 10 million. Ms. Holly's just been presenting what she did this weekend and I want to say, I kid that Ms. Holly was the superhero because it just sounded good to start the morning on. But we all know on this dais that you did that with the help of many of our staff members. And we are thankful that they took a weekend out of their personal lives to work on behalf of these 20,000 residents that we have in this great city. You mentioned Agatha, you mentioned the police, the fire department, the public works department.
Michaela was
Michaela,
also involved, yeah.
So many more. We wanted to say thank you. We did not want to run over that point. You have done what they used to say in the old days, the city of Lamar, a solid. And you like that, Joe? And we are thankful to that. We're thankful for that. And the people of this community won't forget that. I see you, Mr. Osteen. And so we'll allow Ms. Yancey to get caught up on some reading. What we will do now is we will allow the big three to come up and explain how their cuts will not compromise safety. I think that's an important, while the council continues to wrap our head around this, and then we'll return to this document. Mr. Osteen, did you have a question? Podium.
Okay.
A mistake? Okay. Did you want to bring it to the podium? Okay, okay.
It's hardly on the general fund sheet here. I haven't had a whole lot of time to look at this, but where it shows the 23, 5, 21, 4, 29 public expenditures. If you look there at animal control, during our budget,
James,
that's 154,000.
James, put that mic, there you go.
That's 154,000 if you remember during our budget meetings where it says animal control. So that's going to be $16,000 more in expenditures than what you're showing. So instead of having 99,993 left over, I believe you're going to have 83,993. You see what I'm talking about? It's on this top page here, this recap.
Yeah,
Checking something.
okay.
You're saying we're adding 16,000 to the 138,000, Mr. Osteen?
No, you need to take,
Or-
yeah, you need to add 16,000 for total expenditures. Because, last year it was 138,000, but this year it's 154.
Okay.
And then I'd like to also say, If y'all look at your second utility fund sheet,
Where are you at, James?
this sheet here, that's what I'm going by.
The new one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the new
Okay.
one, the recap. Was you able to take anything out of the $2.6 million impact fees to help our budget in the utility fund? Ms.
Yes,
Holly?
but it was 600,000 that was showing to be moved over. The budget had it at 500,000, but it wasn't consistent. So it's showing as 600,000 for the projects. But you're correct. If there's more that needs to be pulled, there is more in that fund.
Okay, was you able to verify it was 2.6 million in there from the accounts that y'all got the other day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does that look right, 2.6 million?
That's what the documents are showing.
Okay, and then on your 19 million we had in utility fund, you're showing 10-something million y'all gonna spend, but how much of that were assets out of that 19 million?
I cannot find that anywhere, sir.
Can't find it anywhere,
No, sir.
okay? And then I noticed you show investment earnings here in your utility fund revenues of 400,000, y'all proposing investment earnings,
Yes, sir.
interest.
Yes, sir.
So what is that money being, where is that money and how much is it that you're drawing interest on? Because 400,000 for years is pretty good interest.
It is, and I'm in the process of trying to figure that out because we have 3 different consolidated or pooled account companies that we have our money with. We have TexPool, we have we have 2 others. And I currently can't get into, I can see the amounts, but I can't get into it. And so we're working on making sure that that is transferred over so we can get into it. But we have 3 different ones. The largest one has 18 million in it. So it looks like that's where we're holding a lot of the city's funds. Now, 8 or 9 of that is for the Economic Development Corporation.
So there's $18 million. Is that in the utility fund? Is that including the Economic Development Corporation, which they shouldn't be intermingled?
Well, that's what a pooled count does, is it puts everything together, and the way that you decipher whose is by your ledger. And what that does is it lets you put all the money together and everybody get more interest. It's like a grand certificate of deposit. So that's what that concept is. Rather than having it in a savings account, it goes into pooled accounts or consolidated accounts.
Okay, how does the EDC get their share of that interest? Because I'm sure that EDC's got more drawn
It's
money.
allocated out. So it's strictly doing the numbers. So if they know what the interest rate is, and they know what their amount is, that interest is allocated to them.
Okay. Years ago, we separated EDC's money from the city. I don't know if you're not aware of that.
No, sir.
And that should have been in investments and everything, because we had a problem with the money being spent in the general fund from the EDC. We wrote a check one time, or they wrote a check for $1 million to come back insufficient funds because the city had used the EDC's money. So we come up with a resolution that would all be separated, because that's a corporation over there.
Yes, sir.
And the money shouldn't be intermingled, even the investments.
It's
Because when
right now it's showing that it's not intermingled, it's housed together, and it's done through accounting that they separate it. But if we can meet offline about that, and I will have more information later this week, I think, about.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to bring those up so y'all would be aware of them. But the
Sure.
400,000 in interest, we need to make sure that, it's being separated so y'all don't think you're using EDC's money.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, James. What line is that, dude?
They get more return on the investment. Okay.
Higher.
In one.
Ms. Holly,
Yes, sir.
can you get us, not necessarily right now, but sometime, before we get done, the lien payment line item? We were told that there were lien payments being made, and that line item is reflecting 0. Is that right, Jim?
Yes.
It's reflecting 0. See if we can run that down.
Yep.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. let's, are we ready? Would you like to start with fire since they're ready?
That's a good idea. And police and public works are on their way.
Okay. Don't look too excited there, Chief Merriman. I'm teasing you. Chief, if you wanted to, drop that microphone down to that seat to be a little more comfortable, that'd be a good idea, I think. Yeah. Good morning, Chief, officially. All right, well, we are interested, what we believe the community is interested to know. A lot of significant cuts through the big three. And we want to just make sure that the cuts that are being presented to council and to our community are not going to affect our ability to keep our folks safe, to keep the emergency medical response as adequate as it is, to keep our fire suppression, fire prevention, fire investigation, make sure that we're still safe.
First, good morning, Mayor and Council. I will tell you that after Ms. Holly and I had a conversation about how much needed to be cut out of the budget, we went and looked, and we've made some significant cuts that I feel like we can still safely and adequately provide to the citizens. One of the major places where we were able to cut is due to increase in staffing. You know, you guys added 3 firefighters to us last year. Just case in point, this last payroll, our entire department only had 64 hours of overtime.
Wow.
Across all 3 shifts and admin, 64 hours total for the entire department, which is significantly less when you look at some of the years when we were 9 firemen short and our guys were working. One guy was working 100 hours a week. So we've made some significant areas where we can cut the overtime budget down. We did not do away with the overtime budget because there's going to be storms and special events, but we feel like we can come in under. We are optimistic that we can come in under this new budget number. If not, I'll be back in front of y'all begging for a budget amendment. But I believe we made a pretty significant cut there. We also took a little bit of money out of each of the other line items. The one that we didn't cut much out of was our vehicle maintenance, because those heavy apparatus, they really take they take a toll with all the calls, and it's $50,000 a year to maintain one of those. If you put new tires on, engine, fuel services and oil changes and pump tests and all the equipment that goes on a heavy, it takes a significant amount. So we didn't cut a whole lot out of that. I still think we're going to get creative. I've hired a few firefighters who have also worked for some of our emergency repair shops, much like the one that's in our city and the one that's up in Pasadena. So we're getting to where we can do some things in-house because our guys we're trying to be better with the city's dollars. So we're hoping that that area we can save us some money as well. We made some changes to our report management software and some of the programs that we use to help save some money. We found some areas where we could cut a few things. So we've made some good cuts. I don't think we've cut anything too drastic, but I also feel like we can still adequately take care of you citizens as we have been, and we will continue to do.
Chief, how much did you cut out of your overtime budget?
We cut it down. I don't have that sheet in front of me. I cut almost. I cut $150,000 out of it.
in these cuts, this is for you, Chief, and this is for you, Ms. Holly. Did we factor in that we are in the midst of a negotiation with the fire union?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
yes.
So the new.
I also can say that the fire union has really asked for minimal increases this year, knowing what the city is going through.
Last question I have before I open it up to my colleagues is, you mentioned that you were fortunate enough to hire folks over in your department that had some skill level with basic vehicle apparatus maintenance. Did you
Yes, sir.
just? So my question to you would that be a potential liability to have firefighters who are members of a collective bargaining unit working on fire apparatus?
Anything that our guys are going to fix is not anything that would require a certified mechanic to work on. Our guys are, when I say fix things, I'm talking about, we're not sending a truck over to have a light bulb changed or to fix minor stuff.
Would those things that they would be repairing, would they somehow be integral or important to the city's responsibility to respond to emergencies? In other words, are they repairing or maintaining things that could fail? And if those things failed, it could be detrimental to our city's ability to respond to an emergency.
No, sir, I don't let
So we're
them.
not changing tires.
We're
no
not changing
nuts,
tires. We're not doing brake jobs. We're not
we're
doing
not
fuel changes.
changing oil,
oil
we're
change.
not
No, sir.
replacing belts.
No, we're doing minor stuff, that changing light bulbs, or if we have a maybe a leaky water valve, we're on the pump. We're doing the things that we know to do, that firemen are inherently trained to do. But anything that could be detrimental to the safe operation of a vehicle, we send to the maintenance yard.
Would it, and would whatever those folks, good folks over there, whatever they would be doing, would it be detrimental to any warranties that we have with those vehicles and with that apparatus?
No, sir. All of our vehicles are old enough that they are out of warranty.
Out of warranty?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Which is also the reason we've kind of had to get creative with, I say creative, try to get resourceful on, case in point, our guys are working on one of the AC units on one of the engines because it's draining into the cab. Turns out it's an electric pump that's clogged in the AC unit. Not detrimental, but our guys know how to replace it. So rather than send it to the shop and pay for a maintenance, an hourly labor at the maintenance yard, when that truck is out of service and we have our first out engines, we're going to replace that pump so that the AC will drain outside the cab and not all over the electronics.
Very good. Thank you. Council, anyone?
I have
Ms.
a
Griffin.
question. Chief, can you restate, you started talking about the 3 firefighters. And you said something after that. I didn't hear that. And the other thing is, are we still, the 4 ticket writers that's still in your budget for us to,
The ticket writers are in code's budget.
code's budget, okay. But you were saying something about the 3 firemen.
So council added 3 firefighters to us
Okay.
midway through this budget cycle.
Okay,
And that brought us up to a total staff of 11 personnel. So if everybody's on shift,
okay,
we actually have 3-man engines.
okay,
The industry standard and NFPA states we should have 4-man engines. So we're still not fully staffed, but we are full staffed as approved full-time employees that the city has allowed us. Now what that does, having 11 people on shift, our minimum staffing is 8.
okay,
So before we call overtime, we have to have 3 people off shift. And 8 personnel only give us 2-man engines. Our minimum staffing before we call for overtime, we will be down to 2-man engines. That is a significant increase from where we were when when myself and my deputy chief and my EMS captain were riding, we were one-man engines back then. And even when I first took over the department, we were only riding a one-man engine. Now, what that doesn't explain to some people, and Mayor will know this, at being a fireman himself, the Texas Fire Commission and NFPA states a rule of two in, two out. So for every 2 personnel you have in an IDLH environment or immediate danger to life and health, a fire, for every 2 people you have inside, you are required to have 2 on the outside as a rapid intervention team to go in should one of your firemen, should a pass alert go off, a safety device go off saying we have a down fireman or a trapped fireman. Our job is supposed to have 2 people outside ready to go and as a rescue team. We get there by calling in extra people, extra trucks from neighboring departments, and having our other engine come over to help. It's basically, in this city, if there's a fire, it's all hands on deck. All of our people are on scene. All of our firemen are there, including administrative stuff. When I first took over as the chief, the mayor made a comment about, I'm in admin now. I'm not supposed to be boots on the ground operation, but we'll still put on bunker gear and go fight fire with our guys just because it's the job that we do. And we also had a conversation about when we had one-man engine, even when we have 2-man engines, when the engine pulls up, and if it's only my captain and my driver, or our captain, our driver on the engine, and you're standing in the front yard screaming, my baby's in the house, my baby's in the house. Technically, we as a department by law are supposed to wait until another engine gets there to give us those 2 people on the outside. That will not happen. There are 39 firemen in this town that if I pull up on scene, even if I'm in my chief's truck and you tell me that your child is in that house burning, I'm going. Whatever happens, happens. That's my sacrifice. Every other fireman is the same way. They're going. Now, that is a liability, but that's the liability that our fire department chooses to make for the citizens. We're going to go get your child, or we're going to die trying to get him. That's just our job. Now we're at 3-man engines. So we're getting to where we're getting better. We're almost there. Council 4 years ago started this process of adding, because to be honest, 4 years ago, we couldn't add 22 people to our department. Safely, we can't train more than 3 at a time. So we've been adding. That's why when we say 3, you guys added 3 personnel to us this past budget cycle. That gives us the ability to train all 3 adequately to make them firemen. Because we're hiring some guys straight out of fire academies, and we've hired some experience. We've got some experienced guys in the town, and I will still stand here and tell you that we have the best fire department in the state of Texas. One of only 3 paid fire departments in Galveston County. And I may catch a little grief from Chief Harris and Chief Varela, but my guys are better than their guys.
Thank you, Chief.
Anyone else for fire chief?
Let's see. This is. How can I explain this? I've been up most of the night looking at numbers. I guess what other people do, they sleep. I look at numbers, budget season. But then my mind goes on different places.
I'll sleep when budget's over.
That's why I'm limping and my back is out sitting for too long. But Chief, do you know of an organization called the City of Lamar Fire and Rescue?
That was, so that is how it is labeled originally when it was just the fire department. We were originally Lamar Fire and Rescue. One of the chiefs, after we took over EMS, changed it to Lamar Fire Department. So sometimes you will still see that in, like for some of the grant organizations, it still says City of Lamar Fire and Rescue.
And the address was in Houston, do you know?
The only address that I would have known would have been, the only other thing that could have been, would have been the volunteer charter.
No.
Would have had a huge,
I'm gonna hand this over to city manager, but two things. I was, like I said, Joe, and looking at numbers, I go cuckoo. But one of the categories in the budget that prompted me to do this, I'm always just kind of updating myself on unclaimed funds. And I discovered this category of City of Lamar, Texas Fire and Rescue. And it seems to me most of these are insurance company reimbursements of some sort.
okay.
And they appear to be about 20 or so. And I don't know how much money, but I know you've had great success on reimbursements from when you implemented your program.
Yes, sir.
And I would like for us to take a look at this, claim the funds.
I would be happy to take a look at it.
And I'll hand that over to you. Likewise, those are unclaimed properties. And I had reported this earlier, Ms. Holly, that the city of Lamar also had unclaimed properties, and they're still on the list. They are just under $10,000.
So
If necessary, I'll
Mayor
work
Pro
with you
Tem,
guys to do that.
under that explanation, now that you've expounded on it, that's probably the City of Lamarck Fire and Rescue. That is what our Medicare, Medicaid, and insurance license is labeled under.
Oh,
That's how we are labeled in the TMHP. So,
but just so that my question would be, and you'll see this, why would it show a Houston, Texas PO box?
so that PO box. So okay, let's go back to when we first took over as EMS in 06, 07. The company that we used to do the EMS billing, all of the checks, everything went to a PO box that they had. They took all the checks, put the checks in, and then they deposited one amount to the city.
Oh,
So that I'd have to look at the PO box, but I'm almost positive it may be the Digitech PO box that they had set up back then.
okay. Well, I'll hand this over to you guys, and let's see if we can.
The best part about that is
find, huh?
our new EMS billing company. If I hand that to them, they may be able to run that to ground for us.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're good. Well, there's a significant number of them here as well. And then also, like I said, for the city of Lamarck and Lamarck Aid and Guidance as well too, some money there as well.
That's a term I hadn't heard in a long time. Lamarck Aid and Guidance.
They're there. And Chief and Ms. Holly, just to repeat, during the course of with all departments, as we find our rhythm here on yourself working with departments, and as we enter the new budget year, you said this to me, but I would like you to repeat this to our community. You're not shy at all about presenting budget amendments as additional funding is identified or things that supplement your budget that you presented to us today. Is that accurate to say?
That is correct. If the picture becomes rosier, then those additional revenues come in as a budget amendment together with expenditures that the council would then determine. And conversely, if it goes the other way, then we do budget amendments to take it down. But yes, that is, at this point, with what we know, this is the best information that I can recommend to you. And again, I really appreciate everybody's work on this because they didn't have to come to the table, and they did it kindly. But if the world changes, the appropriate thing to do is you come back to the council with the new information, and that process is known as a budget amendment.
And Ms. Holly, along those lines, the previous city manager, their numbers, don't throw anything away. But this may be helpful to you because I guess you listed a bunch of positions. Some were fire department, police, the public works, and there's some budget numbers in here as well too. So you might be interesting. I didn't take a look at them, to study them. But they also included, some rates, some salary rates in here
Okay.
too. And I'll hand that to you too as well on that side. And, that's all I have there.
Mr. Lowry, did you have something?
No, sir.
Anyone else? All right, chief. I think we understand you better. Sounds like the cuts that Ms. Holly has made to your department will not affect our ability to provide emergency response, fire, medical, and otherwise. So we look forward to visiting with you in 90 days or so to see how it's going.
They were certainly, none of the big three want to make any cuts because we already run a pretty lean budget. So we're all trying to do the best we can with what we've been given. And you guys are the ones that have to make the tough decisions up there. So, I've said this since you guys appointed me as chief. It's my job is to show you guys what we need. Your guys' job is to determine how we best get it or what we get and what we don't. So, while the cuts are going to make our budgets super tight, we're still going to do the best we can to come through for the citizens.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Looks like Chief Oregon is really, really hard at work doing something to his computer. So, Mr. Bro, you like to go next? Good morning, Mr. Bro. Welcome. We have brought our three largest departments here to understand the cuts that were made to your department to make sure that we are not compromising in any way your ability to provide safely the infrastructure needs of our community.
Yes, sir.
And so we would just like for you to articulate your cuts, and then we're going to open this up for some questioning and some discussion so that council can understand those cuts.
Yes, sir.
You have the floor, Mr. Bro.
So, just to remind those when we're talking about the cuts we've made, we're focusing specifically on the general fund, which is the street department, the park department, and the building facility / shop department. That's where where these cuts were focused at, because they're the only ones that are pertaining to the general fund. I'm going to start in the street department. When we were looking through that, the first thing we did was look at what was budgeted for payroll, longevity, kind of the TMRS, and to make sure it was accurate to what we had. We found out that it was not accurately budgeted. The numbers that was put in were too high for what we actually have. So we started off there and made sure those were actually reflecting where we're at now. So that saved us some money there. When we're talking about operations, we didn't cut anything from the overtime department. We didn't cut anything from the street and road line item. Where we made our cuts at, we looked at operating supplies. We know that one thing that we've done this previous year was that we looked at how equipment was being purchased. I mean, we know we have these operating supplies, but they should all have a lifespan. I mean, a shovel shouldn't last a couple of months. It should last a little bit longer than that. We understand accidents happen, but we made sure that we had a conversation with our employees to let them know that we can't be purchasing shovels. We can't be purchasing. Those may seem like small items, but over time, having to purchase them over and over again, that does build up. So one thing we did let them know that when something like that breaks, they'll have to use some of the older equipment, or if we buy for instance, if we buy air tool to make their jobs easier, and that breaks within a month because they're throwing it around, tossing it around, until we can afford another one, they're gonna go back to using wrenches. And so we've kind of made those changes, which have seen actually a decrease in the cost of tools we've been purchasing because they're better maintaining the tools than they used to. Another area of cuts we've made which you'll see is our gas supply and also our motor vehicles. I can't speak on why, but for some reason, every single employee in Public Works were driving their own trucks. We don't need to be doing that. We should have fleet trucks. We should have crews driving together. So we are going to be having a conversation soon about fleet, and we will be, we've already made those changes where we're not using all the trucks we have in our department, because now guys are running around in crews and they're not driving their own trucks throughout to separate jobs. That decreased the cost of maintenance because we're not having to maintain all these vehicles now, and also decrease the cost of gas. Because now we've also got a better hang of the gas that we're using. I have my administrative assistant. We all, including myself, give her our gas receipts monthly, and she goes through it to make sure it's accurate to what's being spent. And so we have been keeping better track of that to make sure, not saying that anybody is, but if it ever got to a point where there was somebody that was using it in a way they weren't supposed to, we're now able to catch that quicker than we have done in the past. So those are steps we've taken to help decrease those costs in not just street departments, but across the board. But you'll see that that's why our operating supplies, our fuel supplies, our rentals, we just got some new equipment, so our rental line item has gone down. We took out like our postage. There's really nothing we need to mail out pertaining to the street department. That was originally budgeted. It's not a lot. It was like $300, but we kind of just took that out. Same with our buildings and maintenance. There is no buildings in the street department, so there's no need to have money for that. That's why we have a facilities maintenance department, along with the shop maintains their own buildings. Of course, the wastewater treatment plant has buildings that they maintain. But when it comes to the street department as a whole, they originally had like $15,500 in that line item, but they don't have buildings to maintain. So we took that out. And then going over to, of course, their dues, subscription and books and travels and expenses. We don't have it. I know those are just training and stuff they could do, but we kind of decrease those significantly. There may be some training our foreman may need to go to, but across the board, we decrease that. Moving over to parks, it's kind of the same situation. There wasn't a decrease in our fuel supplies. The parks department as a whole there's only 3 guys right now. So, and they do need to, there's not like crews, so they do go out in separate vehicles. So those haven't decreased. Where we found our decrease at there is just rentals. We do have a better hang on. The only thing we would really rent in the parks department when it comes to maintaining it were lawnmower equipment, and which we're not doing no more. I'm not sure what that process was before. So that was decreased. In all departments, we have decreased our uniform and maintenance and safety gear. When I'm talking about safety gear, I'm not talking about steel-toed boots or eyewear. We've actually talked to our other uniform providers, and we have found a way to decrease cost on uniforms as a whole in our department. I know when Ms. Holly came to us and asked us to, where can y'all find cuts? That's one of the first things we looked at. To see how we can just going across. We wanted to start with the stuff that were easier first before we got to the more the stuff that were really hard when we were trying to figure out where to cut that money at. You will see an increase in our shop, shop item, which is 10, only because we just recently moved facility maintenance from the IT department to Public Works, and that was put in Department 10. So the money is being transferred over from the IT department that was being used there, but that also shows an increase there, even though the increase is being funded from money that was already supplemented to that department.
So, couple of things.
Yes, sir.
Street department payroll. We're not losing any members of our street team.
No, sir, we are not. We actually have with this, we actually have 2 positions we can hire that was already funded, already approved about a year ago. So it's not, we won't see a decrease. We could potentially see an increase once we're able to hire, but there won't be any, we're not losing, in any of these cuts, we're not losing any members of our team.
So, you mentioned you had 2 potential vacancies.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holly, you mentioned that we are on a soft hiring freeze. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the only positions that you mentioned to us that you are actively looking to fill would be the library director and the finance director, correct?
Yes, sir. But those positions were not included in the ones. We've got the deputy city manager, the communication, or the city receptionist, accountant one, a budget coordinator, and a deputy court clerk. That your positions were not considered for being frozen.
So they're not frozen.
They're not.
Last question I have for you, Mr. Bro. Training.
Yes, sir.
What, you mentioned, training. How are you training your folks? I know that at one point, and I hope that we still are members of is it the American, Public Works Association?
Yes, sir.
Are we still members of that?
Yes, sir.
And how are you training your people?
So we have communications with outside resources that have been willing. They have come in to help train our guys on. I know a big issue for a while was how to replace signs and doing those properly to follow the code. And so we have got that training going on. We do have during the changes that were made, we do actually have a new traffic technician. So we have the previous one who had that training he hasn't left the city. He moved to another department, but he's still willing to train, and he's coming to train our new traffic technician. But when it comes outside of that, we do have communication with other cities, other departments, and they have already came in on their own time. We've found ways to get that to our employees without raising the cost. I know training can be expensive. There are some things we do have to pay for. That's why we didn't remove that completely. The same with our stormwater department. We got in connection with DD2, and we've done that across the board. We've tried to have connections with outside resources that's in our area that could come down and help us in that area.
Are we not using the American Public Works Association?
They send out newsletters, they send out resources that we can use. They don't come out as a whole for training. But they do send us resources, and
But
we
they
do
have
get
training.
the training courses, yes, sir, that we could utilize. I haven't moved into that aspect yet, just because of my tenure here.
Gotcha.
We are going to. We are members. I've already had those communications that talk. Those are things we are going to continue. That's why we haven't removed it completely from the budget,
Gotcha.
and we've kept that funds there. Yes, sir.
There you go. Thank you. And let's open it up. Anyone for Public Works? Well, look at that,
There
Shannon.
you go. Yes, sir.
You gave us such a great presentation that you answered all our questions.
Yes, sir.
Is Shannon talking to us about parks?
Yes, he is.
I-
Do you want to jump in with the parks right now?
I
Ms.
heard
Griffin.
you when you were talking. Was parks one of the budgets I heard you say you cut?
The cuts we made in parks were towards just rental equipment, because there's not a lot of equipment we have to rent for parks, maybe lights every now and then. One of the for some reason they were renting mowing equipment, which isn't needed. We have mowing equipment ourselves. We just purchased some new equipment. We're going to be purchasing some more soon. So the biggest cuts from parks, that once again, there was no payroll cuts, there was no overtime cuts, there was no operating supply cuts from there. It was mostly from rentals, uniforms. There was outside training, by pertaining to outside training, like convention stuff like that. We don't need to send all three of our guys. Our foreman is one that would be considered for that to come back. But those were our major cuts in the park department.
Okay, I don't think I know how to ask this question. And I'm looking at this new updated parks budget.
Yes, ma'am. What
Yeah.
page, Ms. Thomas?
It doesn't have a page number on it.
It's actually public work.
It's out the Public Works. So I guess my question is I know parks have 3 funds. Is this one of the funds? Or is this your Public Works Parks budget?
Thank you.
The one I'm specifically talking about is from our Public Works Parks budget, utility funds. I'm not speaking on any of the other funds that may be coming through, just specifically our Public Works Parks budget.
Okay, you said something that made my ears stand up. You said that in streets, y'all don't have buildings.
Yes, ma'am. There-
Okay, but parks is under public works. I don't know if that's related.
Parks, so Parks is under Public Works, and we do, in the Parks Department, we do have line items for facility maintenance
Mhm.
and for building just furniture and fixtures.
Okay.
So, which is any pretty much movable, like light bulb, stuff like that. So those do have their own line items in Parks.
Okay, so that's not this discussion.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Under the Parks Fund, which did not change, it's what's in the back. I did not give you updated sheets for that. We did carry forward the 21,700. So that is still reflected in the current budget.
You have to talk offline because I'm still confused.
Yeah,
That 21 something is money that the council awards to the parks.
Mhm.
And I saw it here, so that's why I asked, how is our money that's given to us from general fund used in this parks budget?
Yeah,
Since it's listed there. I
Let's
think
get
it's an
into it.
awful.
No, I think we might as well get into it right
Okay.
now.
It doesn't show up there. So it shows up in the back, and then you have your project listing that comes in with it. And it seems like there's going to need to be work with the Parks Board and the staff that help with that to ensure that those funds are spent because they've been allocated.
So we have three, let's get into it now. We have three ways that three different revenue streams into our parks system. Let's try to clarify it now, because this has been something that's been very confusing. Because there are different conversations happening. Let's have the big conversation right now. The Parks Department fund that we're looking at now, the Parks Department budget that we're looking at now is the budget that receives financial resources from taxpayer dollars. That's what this is right here.
Yes, sir.
That's what Shannon's talking about right now. And that budget line item is to maintain the parks in general. Mowing, right?
Right.
What other things would you do besides mow
Uh,
in that line item?
Maintenance.
Maintenance.
General
building-
maintenance,
yes,
the
sir,
swing
facility
breaks.
maintenance. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You repair the swing,
That's
a
correct.
park bench breaks,
That's correct.
you repair the park
Yes, sir.
bench. Okay, so it's general maintenance only in that
That's
line
correct.
item, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you're talking about now.
Yes, sir.
That's what Mr. Roy and his crew, they do that all day long, right?
Yes, sir. That's
So
correct.
then there are two others. There is the dollar donation that is voluntary. That is the monies that you're referring to, because we cannot carry over any money from the M&O budget to a new budget year. If it's not spent in the budget year that it's budgeted in, it dies there.
Correct.
But if there are donations given, those donations can be carried over,
Yes, sir.
right? What is that, Ms. Tanya and Shannon? You all would have the most expertise in this room about it. What are we believing we are spending? First of all, it's 21,000, you said?
I'm showing 21,700.
And just to clarify,
Okay.
Mayor, the maintenance that you guys are talking about, we're told that that comes out of the CIP fund. It has nothing to do with the money that you give us. The maintenance, the only thing we use with the money that council gives us is purchase new
Right,
things.
right. So this, so what we know today is the monies in the parks line item is coming from the maintenance and operations, M&O, right? And it's designed to only maintain the parks. Now we're at the 21,000 that can be carried over. That is the dollar donation, right? And those monies are used for, what is your understanding? And Ms. Tanya, being a Parks Board, former Parks Board member, what is your understanding of what those monies should be used for?
My understanding is that money can be used for, I know Parks Board meets and they get a recommendation of improvements they would like to see that is to be brought to council, and we could use that money for those improvements.
Is that, so it would be a new swing?
Yes,
It
sir.
would be a new slide.
That's correct.
It would be a new pickleball net,
Correct.
right? Is that your understanding, Ms. Tanya? Okay. So now we're at the third, which is the, Ms. Tanya, are we talking about the $2 donation? Or are we talking about something
The
else?
money that the council usually awards
Okay,
during this budget process.
okay,
It's usually 30,000
okay.
is what the council usually do.
Ms. Hobby, is she trying to?
I'm here.
Okay, you wasn't trying to speak, were you?
I just want, so originally they started out with 30,000 for the year. And then there was an amendment that took place that dropped them down to 21,700.
Yeah, now we're confused because we thought the 21.7 is coming from the dollar donation fund.
I'm here.
Okay, you weren't trying to speak, were you?
I just want, so originally
There's a
they started
big
out
lag
with
here.
30,000.
Ms. Hobby, you are, there's a lot of, I'm sorry, Ms. Yancey. Ms. Hobby, there's a lot of disruption in when you're trying to speak. If you could get to a better location, different room perhaps. That's where the confusion is coming in. So let's do this. Let's clarify what those different funds should be used for, and then offline we can get a better, more accurate picture of what's in those funds. How about that?
Yes, sir. Because
You wanna-
what we have not accounted for is what the Mayor Pro Tem brought up, is the $2 per water bill. That's not showing up anywhere, so I do need to get clarification on that.
If I could, let me.
Yeah, good.
With regard to the parks, you're going to have from the general fund, excuse me, money going for the maintenance to
CIP.
the public works.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
That's from our budget general. fund,
That's right here.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're also
Yes,
going to have another pool from the CIP.
correct.
Okay. And that would be also, you utilize that in the past, Ms. Griffin, I think it's been heavier equipment or things of that nature. That's been
In-house
purchased
things, in-house maintenance
with
things,
in-house
yeah.
CIP.
Hold on, thought,
Yes,
Joe.
sir.
What is in-house, what does in-house maintenance mean to you?
For instance, we asked that they repair the baseball field at Highland Bayou Park.
Major maintenance. I got you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I got you.
And then you would have two, what I would describe as special revenue funds.
Okay.
And those should be in a separate block category as well, special revenue.
Okay.
One would be the voluntary contribution of our water residents, water bill payers of $2, one which goes to the keep Lamar Beautiful and the other to the parks.
Right.
To be clear, it's a minimum. And you can pay more if you'd like to contribute more. And then the other would be the special revenue fund for our $2 parks surcharge.
Okay.
And those are so two out of general and two special revenue funds.
And so, thank you, Joe, for that. So what is your understanding from a Parks Board perspective, Ms. Tanya? The dollar voluntary contribution, what was y'all's understanding of what those monies should be or could be used for?
We use them for things like getting candy for for our events and stuff like that. For our special events and the other monies that from general fund, we would purchase new things.
Okay.
And then, the CIP fund is to take care of those maintenance things in our parks.
So the voluntary dollar contribution y'all use to support events?
Yes.
You had Kids Fish?
Yes,
You had.
things like that,
Gotcha,
yes.
gotcha. And the $2 park surcharge was originally designed to move us toward the day that when we were able to receive this $5, $6, $7, $8 million grant award to redo our entire park system.
Right.
this is a vision of Tink Jackson, right?
Mhm.
That we would have monies in there to match the grant, right?
Okay,
That's what the original plan was for the $2 surcharge. Now, because it was taking us so long to get to a place that we would have enough money to match, councils previous to this council, I think, started to allow for some of those monies to be expended on the parks. Not all of them, but some of them, like every year we would do 50% of that would go towards parks maintenance, and 50 would stay in until we built the fund up to get a grant match. But that was the original intent, and I think we should start there. The original intent of the park surcharge would be to leverage any grant funding for our major parks overhaul, because that we have a master parks plan,
right.
and I think it's, where is it, 8-10 million or so?
Yes,
It's
sir.
a really high
Yeah.
number to overhaul our whole parks. So that was to leverage grant funding. So are we in agreement? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Now,
That's Fund 81. That's the voluntary parks donation revenue. That's what
No.
that.
no, that's the surcharges.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's the park user fee fund, the CIP.
Okay, okay. So now we have maintenance and operations, we have the CIP, we have the voluntary contribution, and we have the parks surcharge. Those are 4 different accounts. So
Right.
can we get an accurate, I think we have an accurate depiction of the maintenance and operation that you just presented to us. Can we get an idea of the true number? It was at 1.30,000. Ms. Hobby is saying that it is something less than 30,000. So could we run that down to see where that budget amendment happened? Ms.
Okay.
Holly?
Yes, sir. And I'm showing 21.7 right now, but if you want it to be 30,000, as when we were talking about this, there's $100,000 that we have in play. Now, part of that just got taken away by animal control, but if we want to bump that back up to 30, we have some flex right now that we can put in the budget, that the money that they're going to get for their projects is 30,000.
So I don't have a problem with that if without objection from council.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'll make a suggestion. I prefer we approach it with the other way around. Let's since Parks hasn't really spent the entire amount, is that right, Ms. Griffin?
That is right.
If we haven't done that, I would suggest that we allocate. I'd suggest just go ahead and allocate the 20,000 and let them get serious about identifying possible uses of those dollars. And if there's a need for more, if they come out with a list that increases, then Ms. Holly and with Amanda as the liaison, make a recommendation to do a budget amendment at that time and come back to us.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Without objection, council, that's fine. My concern, which is not that concern, my concern is somewhere along the way, the process gets convoluted. And I think that's what Ms. Griffin, when she was a Parks Board member, her frustration is, we need a streamlined system of how recommendations come from our Parks Board and how they arrive on this council.
Yes, sir.
And the council needs to be able to formally act
Yes, sir.
and direct whatever those monies would be. I think that's where the problem has always come.
And I could speak on that because y'all do have a process already in place that just wasn't being utilized, and I can't speak on why it wasn't. Any recommendation from the Parks Board, unless it needs to go through the city manager, she's the one that's supposed, or they are the ones that are supposed to bring it to council, unless the city manager appoints a park superintendent. That's in the ordinance. That is what is written there. So the Parks Board does answer, according to y'all's ordinance, directly to city manager, unless they decide to appoint a park superintendent. Until then, that is the process. So anything that's never been, if there's anything that has not been brought to y'all, once again, I can't speak on why or anything. I just know that that process has been put in place.
Yeah, so I would say, Ms. Holly, we need some sort of a resolution directing you to have whomever, whether it's you or Shannon or whatever, have a quarterly update where that person, even if it's you, comes to council every quarter to present the progress of,
Yes.
you know, in other words, if council is during the budget work, during the budget process, if we are directing and earmarking dollars to replace 10 slides in that calendar year, every quarter, we need a report from you or your designee to say, council, and to start over, council, you directed us to replace 10 slides. You gave us $10 to replace 10 slides. 90 days in, we've replaced 3 slides. We have 7 more to go. Because it gets lost. Once we leave this place, this budget workshop, it gets lost for the whole year. And council doesn't really fully understand what's actually happening with the budget process in that particular
Okay.
got it?
Board updates should be coming on a routine basis, whether they're coming from the planning commission, the parks board, the cemetery board, whoever is meeting in this community, those should all be rolling to the council.
I agree. I agree. Did that get what you need? Okay. All right. Miss Hobby, did you want to add? I know we were, it was a little confusing when you were trying to talk. Miss Hobby?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you a lot better now. Welcome.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was straight on what pays for what between Parks Board, Parks, and the CIP. Typically, Parks Board is supposed to put a list together of the items that they want to see installed in the parks for the year, which is supposed to be presented to council during budget. As far as Parks Department, our line items are for small repairs and maintenance. That's what our line item is for. When it comes to new, smaller equipment that Parks Board would like to see installed in the parks, it would come out of their fee. When we're talking major installs at the parks, it would come out of the CIP. We would come to council, request council to allow us to spend these funds on new playground equipment, such as what we just installed at Highland Bayou Park. That's how these funds are divided. So
Yes,
we pay for small maintenance on current equipment. If Parks Board wants small new equipment implemented, they pay for it out of their budget. That's what that 30,000 was there for. If we want big major renovations, or if it's something outside of Parks Board and my current budget, then we come to you guys asking if we can pull from the CIP to renovate equipment out in the field.
I'll create a process for you that's sensible.
Yeah.
Because it just needs to be something that you understand, that is transparent, and that everyone knows what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, I think what ended up happening is, I think we were very heavy on our dollar donation contribution for a while. And we seem to have now 4 different accounts that affect and impact the park system. And I think that's where a lot of clarity needs to be brought, so that we can all be on the same page as to what account, what resource is allocated for what type of improvement. And drill down on that process, so that we can all be on the same page. Anything else for Shannon? Did someone on this side pass me a note? Is someone wanting to speak?
He tried earlier, but was not brought into the conversation, so.
Mr. Loftus? Is he still on?
Let me see, I'm texting. Yes.
Mhm. Mr. Loftus?
Hello?
Mr. Loftus, did you want to speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I wanted to bring to y'all attention that we are still having a lot of debris and stuff left on the side of the roads, and I reported some of it last week. There was a mattress on the side of the road, a bag of trash right there in front of AutoZone that's still there. And I'm getting really disgusted with having to drive by and see this stuff. We got Public Works, which I wholeheartedly support all day, every day. But there's no reason that these guys and gals or whomever ride by this stuff and don't get out the truck and pick it up. It don't make sense. That's what the truck is for. Get out the truck, throw it on the back of the truck, keep on going. Help keep our streets clean. There's a mattress down there by the old school. Been out there for 3 days. Why? I see it. I'm sure these other people see it. Why we can't pick it up? It just don't make sense. These signs that's posted on the side of on stuck out in the street, bandit signs, nailed to the poles, that shouldn't just be a code enforcement deal. Code enforcement and Public Works should be working directly together, that every time they see one of them signs, get out the truck and go pull it off. It's real simple. But if they're not being told to do it, then they ain't gonna do it. So all of that type of stuff need to change. It just don't even make sense that it's continually happening. So I'm asking Ms. Holly, Mr. Merriman, Shannon, I'm asking all of y'all to get together and reformat how this thing goes. Because what's gonna happen is, I'm gonna go back to being the old Richard where I started just going do this stuff myself and calling people out. And I don't wanna do that. I wanna work with y'all so we can all have a better city. We got an American City Award, All American City. We gotta make it look like that. So let's do a better job. The next thing I heard y'all mention, and I caught the tail end of it, was about culverts. That's another pet peeve of mine. When we are allowing these contractors to come in here and build these houses, and these culverts ain't being set on grade. Mary, you remember I called you out to Bellevue Street where they building those 2 houses, and the culverts look like they just dropped in the ditch. And then they're gonna go put a cement driveway over it, and now you done created a whole nother drainage problem. There needs to be more oversight on these culverts. And I ain't there all the time to see it, but what I do see don't look like it's right. So let's all, do a better job of these type of things. And that's all I pretty much got for right now. Thank you for your time, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. While you're here, Mr. Bro, Ms. Griffin had a question. I think we all had that question. I think Joe started the question. Permit fees for the placing and installing of culverts. Do we have permit fees? Who does the culvert installations? How does that process work?
I'm not, from my understanding, they have to go fill out an application at the permitting department.
They being the resident?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And once the application is filled out, that process gets started. I'm not aware of who calls because as of now, it hasn't gone through Public Works. So that process I have not been integrated into yet. So it's when the application's filled out, I'm not sure what happens after that.
I'll jump in here real quick.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Ida.
So we have an application. This was brought to council for approval by Caesar and previous administration for approval for the new process. We once set the culverts in-house. We no longer do that. According to the new process is they fill out a citizen will come in, fill out the application for new culverts. The application then goes through, gets sent to ADICO. ADICO will then go out, take a look at it, make sure that everything's correct. If they approve it with the blueprints, they'll meet with the people out there. They send it back to us. Once we receive that, we then contact that citizen and let them know what their fees are going to be. The citizen is responsible for hiring their own contractor and paying for their own culverts. Once that all this is said and done, before the driveway is set, they contact us. We send ADICO back out there for a final inspection. That's how the process is. This was previous administration's idea, and this due to low staffing, not having the right people in place, not having the equipment up and running like it should have been. This is when it was presented to council for approval for the new process.
Yes, ma'am. Miss,
Mayor.
Miss, I see you, Miss Lowry. Miss Holly. Miss Holly,
Yes.
we need to look at that process.
Yep.
And we need to see if there is a paper trail.
Yes, sir.
Because I think the biggest question on this issue is, at the end of it all, is when the culvert is set, is it consistent with the draining trajectory, right? I think what Mr. Loftus, and he did take me out to a few of those culverts. His concern is that some of those culverts, when they're set, it impedes drainage. Right, and so we need to make sure that the process is being completed, and that there's a paper trail where ADCO returns and assures us as a community that this drainage process has been done properly and that there won't be any disruptions in the flow.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lara.
I've actually, how it was just explained is like reinventing the wheel. It used to be a very simple process. I've done it in front of my house. I went down to city. I paid $65. I bought the culverts. I set them in the ditch. They came in, they set the culverts a week, 2 weeks later, whatever it was. It doesn't have to be this difficult. We're just putting culverts in the ground. I mean, it's really not that difficult. We don't need ADCO involved in setting a culvert. You go down, you pay the fee, they come out and they literally push them together with a tractor, check for level, grade, whatever, slope, fall, whatever direction it's going to be. It's not that difficult. I think we're making it extremely difficult.
Ms. Griffin.
I do have a question. So the culverts is taken care of. And I know that when you and I talked, Shannon, about grading the ditches, you did tell me that if they want their ditches graded, the residents needs to call that in.
They either need to call it in or put it through request tracker.
Okay.
We are working off of that, but if there is other, like we're out and about also, so there's jobs they do. If there's nothing in on request tracker, we do go and find what areas that need to be regraded, but we do work first off of request tracker and or things that have been called into public works. I know Lisa Perez, my receptionist, she'll go through everything that's been called in and go through things on request tracker and create work orders for each department, whether it's water leaks, grading, whether issues there that are being reported in, and we work off of that list first. So
Okay. The last question is the other category about you guys driving around looking for areas to grade. You have a comprehensive list of all the other infrastructure things. Are you developing a list of those areas that you're looking at going out and just automatically grading?
yeah, yes, ma'am. And I'll reword that because they are not really driving around.
And I didn't mean it
It's when they're
literally.
out and about
Yes.
working and
Okay.
doing things. If they see an area that they notice needs to be taken care of, then they'll make a note on that. And I meet with my stormwater foreman every morning, and
Okay.
and I go through the work orders they're getting. So I do know that as of now, just it's nothing to be worried about.
Okay.
Our grade all is in the shop for minor maintenance, and it will be out again real soon. So.
Okay. I was really asking because I don't want to get out
Yes,
and
ma'am.
audit that part of it. So,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
And also to speak on culverts, Ms. Hobby and I have already begun this conversation as our stormwater team's growing. It's the same conversation I've had with all my teams is why can't we do this in-house? So that training we've already are planning, and like even if we're not doing it right now there's other culverts that need to be replaced that we know that we could start doing on our own. So
Yeah,
that conversation has started.
good deal. That's okay.
Follow up on that comment. The challenge that we had previously on the culvert is we didn't have staff to do it.
Yes, sir.
And we were getting calls from homeowners that they couldn't get culverts set.
Yes, sir.
And that was we had to try to address that issue because we had people building houses within, say, original footprint of Lamar.
Yeah.
And they were having some challenges there, just a little history there. You mentioned Mr. Lowry mentioned a $65 fee. Is that fee still being charged?
That was 10 years ago.
Oh, that. See there, make sure all the facts, 10 years ago. So, but I'm curious, once again, are we charging any sort of fee? And if so, it's not reflected in the budget. Didn't go. That's all.
Well, my friend, you covered a lot of bases there.
Thank you, Shannon.
You're an
No problem.
efficient guy
I try to be.
and a nice guy
Oh.
and a good guy. Thank you for being nice and kind
Oh.
to us.
Yes, sir.
Very
No
good.
problem.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
You know who else is kind? It's Tanya G. Griffin. And she is going to say, Mayor, we need to talk to KLMBC next. And I'm going to say, you're right, Miss Tanya, because that's what I call her, Miss Tanya. Is there anybody that knows anything about KLMBC, perhaps wearing a gray shirt with a badge? Maybe, maybe not. Chief, we're going to save you for last, Chief. Because we're going to go to lunch with you. Not this season. We're not going to be with KLMBC long. Just one question, and then we'll get to you. All right.
Good morning, council.
Good morning. I think the question is clarity as it relates to the dollar donation, how KLMBC spends that dollar donation. Is that right, Ms. Tanya?
Yes.
What does that process look like? I think the idea is to see if we can marry the what's good about the KLMBC process with the Parks Board process.
Yeah.
Give them to Ms. House
That's
and
beautiful.
let her work through it and make them consistent. We want consistency. So how's that work?
Yes, sir. So they come before we have a board, and then they decide what they want to do. I think they have up to 12 events that they run within themselves and with the budget of the city. So each event they'll I think the upcoming event will be Arbor Day. I believe that's the next one. And they purchase trees for the citizens to come and pick it up, pick them up, fig trees, orange, lemon trees, all those. And so that's where the budget goes to. They also do Bayou Fest and stuff like that. They have a lot of merchandise they give out, t-shirts. And so they bring it before the board and they decide what they want to buy. And then myself and Myrna will go with the liaisons for Keep Lamar Beautiful, and then we'll go and we purchase as we go along. So that's the rough part of Keep Lamar Beautiful, how they purchase stuff and why they purchase it.
You said they plan it for the entire year?
They do, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So they sit down in a room, they plan what they want to do, what they want to accomplish, and then what happens from there? They give that to you?
Then they give that information, and then of course
To you and Ms. Myrna?
Yes, sir. And then we bring it to the before the city secretary, and then we'll make sure that we get all 3 quotes or whatever we need to for us to purchase as we go along. I have it, our last agenda, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. So we have about 11 get-togethers that the Keep Lamar Beautiful has, and they give out certain items. So that's what we do. As soon as they tell us to purchase certain things, or they come to an agreement to purchase certain things, then we go out there and we find quotes for it, and then we'll talk to the city secretary and get approval in that way.
Very good. You want to open it up? Ms. Tanya?
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
As you're talking, now being exposed to both boards, I think that is one distinction that I see between the parks and Keep Lamar Beautiful. Keep Lamar Beautiful, and this was when I was part of it too. We presented our budget to the city manager, and I had Ms. Yancey was on the board too at that time, and I had the amounts already. This is what we're going to spend for this, and this is how I'm justifying these dollars. And then at the beginning of the year, we knew we were going to be at certain events. I'm talking about Keep Lamar Beautiful. And so we would go ahead and invest in as the term has been used, the swag. How can we promote our city at events and things of that nature? So we made sure that was always in hand. Parks, I saw them were somewhat challenged. It was a bit disjointed in terms of,
You're being kind.
well, I'm just, it's an observation.
Okay.
And so maybe there are some lessons to be learned in terms of that process, is upfront making the investment in those items that will promote our parks. And by the way, Ms. Griffin, I don't know if you know this, just became aware of it. City of Lamar will be recognized for its parks again by the Houston Galveston Area Council with their 2 WISE Awards that will be announced here soon. So we're improving every day on that side. But that's just an observation that I saw.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. You have worked with both boards. Ms. Griffin has worked with the Parks Board. What are we missing? What do you think we're missing?
Well, we had no idea that, we thought you guys were the liaison. Whoever is sitting in our chambers is the liaisons that carry out what we do. Do you attend all of the board meetings?
I at least need to make an appearance
Okay.
so that they know.
That was just.
And that's coming up. And so
Okay.
I will be attending the Parks Board just partly to learn about it. And you would want your manager to be checking in and making sure it's going.
Mhm.
But it sounds like this desk may have been the disconnect because the city manager's desk was not taking it forward to you.
Mhm.
And that's what needs to happen.
Yeah.
Because we did workshops to come together and talk about what we would do, and we would come up with a calendar of events, and we would come up with a list of budget items and.
Similar
Yeah,
process,
okay.
but there was a disconnect somewhere.
Yeah,
Got it.
that's it.
Any questions on his budget?
Let
On
me,
the, not his budget, on I'm sorry,
Let me go back.
KLMBC budget. Go ahead. Ms.
let me go back to it. So on KLMB, like Joe said, we pretty much just went to conferences. We had events and we bought swag. What you guys do on the park board seems to be a lot more.
Yes.
Especially with the new mandate with the master park plan.
Yeah.
So just I think.
We all supposed to be
Yeah.
following it,
Right,
council,
right.
the city, and the board. That's what
Right.
y'all appointed us to do. And
Right.
so we had hoped to be through it in 5 years, but.
Well, the parks look great though.
Yeah.
They do look great.
Okay.
The other, and I think, Joe Compion brought this up, is that, do we need $30,000? I know when I was on the board, we never used all of it. We might have used maybe 15, or 17,000. So maybe if we need to make cuts, maybe that's an area where we can do it.
And
We actually don't need to
KMLB.
make cuts right now. You are to the good.
Oh, well.
You are a balanced budget with a right around 100,000
So
left.
they can still have 30.
let me just say this as the new council member and the past Parks Board Vice Chair. If we get to a place where we can get some of the things taken off of our list, Ms. Kim, for instance, Bayou Park is done. We're completely done with that park. If we can get through some of the items that we have been trying to get taken care of, that is something that the council can look at, because we won't have anything new to add. We could just function off and this is just me, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, the donation fund, so that we can focus on the more other issues. But the parks are our only recreational facilities in this city, and children don't have anywhere to go. We're trying to get them back there, but we're not going to exert all of our energy if we can't get support on the back end. So
I got you.
that's all I have.
Excuse me,
Mayor Pro Tem.
did I hear us, or did I hear the suggestion made that we go ahead and probably for Keep Lamar Beautiful as well, allocate 20,000, and then if they need more,
She said
bring
they're
back.
okay.
They're okay?
She said it's okay.
Oh, it's okay? Oh, I didn't, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, thank you.
So, did we get everything we needed?
Yes.
Okay. Painless, man.
Sir. Thank you, council.
Chief Argon, are you ready, sir? We are ready for you. Council, we're gonna do Chief Argon and then we'll break for lunch if that's agreeable with everyone. Good morning, Chief. Good afternoon. We are bringing in the largest three departments. Ms. Holly has presented her amended budget, her first budget. The budget that she presented a couple of weeks ago was not her own. And so this is our amended budget, but her first budget. And there were significant cuts made to fire, police, and public works. The purpose of bringing you back was simply to understand what those cuts were in your department and to ensure our community that those cuts will not affect or impact public safety. And so if you would like to share with us what those cuts were, and then we'll open it up to council. Perhaps we may or may not have questions or comments, and then that'll be our time with you today.
Yes, sir. We met several times. Last Friday, I think it was, we met and I gave Ms. Holly what we can cut. And I feel very comfortable with all we did. I looked at the paper budget right here and I sent you an email during the meeting, Ms. Holly, about the staffing org chart. Things changed during the year.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, everything looks good, Mayor. We're good to go. We've cut back as much as we can. There's so many things we have in our budget that are cyber-based due to everything's got to be computerized and programmed. So I feel very strongly that we can do what we can work with the budget cuts that we gave. And it's quite heavy. A lot of it was the building, working on the building. And with that, I went and read the paper sheet this morning. It's in front of me and everything matched. So
How much did we cut from building maintenance?
You have that?
how much did we cut? Neighborhood of 400K. And it was, a lot of it was going to be on the building, and I put in there if we can use some of that KO to help if we need to. You know, we don't want to do too much to our building because of the hopeful plans that we're going to be getting out of there. So, you know, moving to a new building eventually. So we only are fixing just what we have to fix for safety reasons and life safety reasons.
Did you cut any overtime?
Sir?
Did you all cut any of your overtime?
That no, we couldn't, Mayor. I just promised Ms. Holly that we have got so strict on overtime. We really can't.
Chief, would you
And
talk to him
I
about what
think-
you're doing with your animals and how you're addressing that?
That what?
What you're doing with your dogs,
K9.
the canines?
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. That's big. That's a big savings. The 4 canines, they were trained, they have to do 16 hours a month, Mayor. Required. It's to certify and keep their certifications. In case something ever happens, we got to prove that they're doing the training in. So they were going to League City and other cities. I got a brainstorm after talking to a few people, and I called Texas City's one of the sergeants that's over the canines, and they do their training once a month, 12 hours, and all of them show up, all of their canines and handlers, and they do not allow any overtime. So we were really using a lot of overtime per person, probably 40, 50 hours a month. Now we're going to do it at one shot, one location, and that's it. So that saves a lot of money. We're being very critical on events, like we have the National Night Out coming up. We have Coffee with a Cop coming up. And I used to have most of the community policing officers show up, but we're going to, like, for the October 1st, we're only going to have 2 or 3 show up, and they're going to be on duty. They're already on duty, and they're going to phase in and phase out, maybe stay 15, 20 minutes. So everything we're doing, whether it be Blue Santa, any event, we're really watching the overtime. So hopefully And I know we got 500K in there. Hopefully we won't use that. We're just going to try our best not to. So hopefully that'll help us out.
So the majority of your cuts can be found in two areas. Building maintenance and the K-9 patrol
Yes, sir.
training unit.
That's correct.
Let me ask you this. And I'm looking at you and Ms. Holly and Ms. Holbrook in the back. Have you all factored in, Chief, in this new presentation? Have you all factored in the potential collective bargaining agreement that we are in the process of reaching with the Lamar Police Officers Association?
Some of that we're not sure of what they're going to approve or not approve. So that we did give them a maximum amount in regarding the salaries that was given to them because there was a little concern about certain ranks not receiving a raise. So what we tendered to them was a total amount, it's a couple of $100,000 that work it out any way you want to make yourself happy. And that's where we left it.
So has that been factored in this new document?
That, I believe that's,
I thought that was included, but I would like to verify
You want to
that.
verify? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Those are all the questions I had. Anyone else for police department?
I'm just trying to understand this. When he's talking about cuts, where would the cuts be? Like, how can you tell? where
On
cuts are?
the,
I'm in the new budget. I'm on the police side.
so
Is it negative? Would it be negative or positive? I'm trying to figure that out.
correct. So, and what the percentage change is going to be from the 25 budget, not from the proposed 26. So the chief worked with us to reduce his numbers. And then the last thing that we did, and I think we talked about this before you got in, is we are budgeting their personnel at 98% because they're typically not 100% staffed 100% of the time. And that was also a significant savings. So I needed to make sure that that they were comfortable with that. But you can see where their numbers are from 25 to 26 on that right-hand column.
Okay, so when you were saying about 400,000 being cut, where is that?
That's not in
this.
their budget.
Okay, so if I look at the bottom, on the next page, so their budget has been changed by 23%.
Yes,
It's gone up or it's gone down?
up.
Gone up by 23%.
But before it was higher up.
Higher than that, okay. I'm
So,
just trying to understand what I'm looking at, because
Yep.
I could have asked that on the other ones, but I was just trying to, when he said that about the 400,000, I said, well, where would that be?
What would you find the $400,000 at?
that's actually, he had that in his building maintenance.
Oh, okay. But it wouldn't be on this form.
In this document? Because I didn't see it.
Yeah, it actually should be on that document.
Yeah, that's why.
Let me pull it real quick.
Let's see it right quick. Thank you.
Actually, check it from where it was before.
That's the.
It's 12, I think.
Yep. Thank you, ma'am.
So when people ask if you cut the police, when say actually went up by 23%.
Yep, it's still up, just not as high.
The misinformation will be that it got cut. And I want to be sure that it's higher than it was in 2025, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
that is correct.
it was cut from the previous presentation,
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
but not from last year.
Not much. Okay.
While you're looking at that, Ms. Holly, Joe, did you want to jump in?
I do have a question. Chief, the overtime issue. That's taking officers that have already done their normal number of hours and they're coming in for some special activity or things of that nature. And so they're paid what, time and a half or?
Time and a half.
Time and a half. So on these, we don't have any interlocal agreements, say with the other departments or sheriffs or, I know there are actually out of Galveston County, there's officers that are not working on their shifts, can do other jobs. Do we don't do anything similar like that to
We
call
have,
in?
we have interlocal agreements with every city just about in the county and the sheriff's department. And that's if they assist us in an emergency, or we have to assist them in an emergency. We did a workup on overtime to see where it's coming from. And it's holidays, it's emergencies like Beryl, we had Beryl, and training. And also at a last minute, you know, with our job, you can't tell a citizen, I can't come out, I'm getting off duty. So there's a lot of times that they're ready to leave and there's a call come in or that needs all the, in fact, I walked into the squad room for a meeting at 6 and they're leaving and I said, what's going on? They had a call. And not only the ones that are coming off, but the ones coming on had to leave and go to an emergency or a multi-crash on the interstate. So it does happen. And, you know, that's where the overtime, you know, you got 6 people that have to be on the interstate blocking traffic because the people can't even move over to the shoulder. You know, that's pretty serious.
So you're saying it's unplanned overtime, unplanned.
It's unplanned and it's really hard to do with cops. And I know that just happens. I've seen this in my whole career. Every time, you know, we want them to turn their reports in at the 12th hour. And they're starting to do the report and then boom, they got another call and they got to come back and finish that report. So I'm glad we're not Houston. I think I saw something the other day, their overtime was something like in the millions, you know, but of course they got 5,000 cops. The thing is, it's not a Lamar issue. It's a national issue. Everywhere I've been, we've had this overtime because cops got to stay on duty to finish the day's work. It's just the way it is. Same thing with fire, I guess. They you know, they can't stop the call or go out and say that, you know. But we're doing our best. And, you know, anything that's unusual, we look at it. And there's comments on the timesheet. They have to put a comment. Why? And I'm expecting their leadership to read it and look at it, make sure that it's legitimate. We don't just want to put 8 hours overtime. They have to write why and looking at it. I do look at it too.
And a lot of overtime incurred on holidays, a lot of people don't know this, is when you have officers who are assigned to work on a city recognized holiday.
Right.
They get time and a half.
Correct.
For those hours that they work, because it is in fact the city recognized holiday.
12 hours overtime, and then they get 8 hours for the holiday if they're on duty that day. So it does add up, and that's part of the union agreement.
Yeah.
That happens without unions. So just so you know, that happens in a non-union shop as well.
Oh, okay.
That officers still get the day off pay and they get paid for being there. So that's
Right.
a normal thing.
Standard
Yeah.
practice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're going to keep it down, and I'm glad it's not any more. Every time we ask for something lower, we end up having to use more. So I put down legitimately, I think we need that amount.
Yeah. Ms. Holly, did you have?
Yes, sir. It's fund, if you look on theirs, it's Fund 7010, and he had $301,000 in for renovations that is now coming in at 0.
Got it.
So that was the big one.
Right.
Anything else for Chief Argon?
No, sir.
Thank you very much for everything that you and your guys did to help us come into balance.
Thank you, Ms. Holly.
Absolutely. The city's grateful. The community's grateful. We will get through this to better days. As you know, we've been around a while with our city. It'll get better. But thank you all for the sacrifice. And please share with those officers that we're grateful for what they do and what they continue to do to keep us safe.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Council.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, It is 12:19. I think that it's time for us to break for lunch. We can reconvene at, what do you say, 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock, everyone? Hard start at 2 o'clock. Let's be mindful that there is a public safety committee meeting that will start, I believe, at 1 o'clock in the community room. And so if we're eating lunch, we should probably be very nice and considerate and be out of that space probably about 1:45 so that they can prepare that space. And so we stand adjourned until a hard start at 2 p.m. are back from our lunch break. We are in our budget workshop of August 18th, 2025. We are still discussing item 5.1, which is review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2025 departmental budgets and all funds. We heard this morning, council, from the largest three departments on their cuts. We have been assured that their cuts will not compromise safety on the streets or will not compromise our ability to continue to maintain our infrastructure. And so as we move past that, we move to a period of time for general discussion on the newest amendment to the proposed budget. And Ms. Purdy, Ms. Holly, would you like to start? I know that there's been a few questions that the council had for you earlier. Would you like to start us in this discussion, or is there any?
Yes, I do not. I'd be happy to. I don't have the answer on the $2 parks fee yet, but we have given you updated sheets under the animal control contracts. So you've got that, as well as some updates to our org charts. And I just was handed some information from the Mayor Pro Tem, more information to look at for the utility funds. So what we're going to be looking at today as we move forward is carrying additional debt for the city that will not raise the city's tax rate.
Okay.
And so that's one of the things I was working with the bond council on while we were at lunch, is to ensure that what was represented to us, that there will be no rate increase to the rate, is true. The state still looks at it as a tax increase because we'll be bringing in more money because we have debt dropping off, but we have our folks here ready to talk with you about that.
Hey, gang. How's life treating you? You may approach. Remind our folks out at home who you are and who you represent.
Is it all right?
Yes,
All right,
yes.
great. Mayor, Council, good to be with you this afternoon. Brad Angst with Stifel Public Finance. I serve as the city's financial advisor along with the rest of our team. We're here to discuss the item on your agenda for the proposal of an election, GO bond election, a general obligation bond. On the agenda for today, this bond has been structured, and the election is structured in a way that meets this council's direction, which was to see how much could be done without a tax rate increase. And so that's the city's debt service tax rate. This past year was at 10.7 cents or rounded up to 11. The analysis that we have run maintains that 10.7 INS tax rate, or interest in sinking fund tax rate. And then there would be a series of debt issuances over the next 3 to 5 years as the city is ready and as that capacity develops with the city in order to keep it at that level. What I mean by as that capacity develops, again, we're keeping the same tax rate or the percentage of your budget, if you will, that's going to be applied against the debt. But as the city grows and the tax base grows, it produces some additional dollars. Now that paired with making payments on your existing debt portfolio is what provides this opportunity to fund a new project without a tax rate increase. Be happy to answer any questions, continue having additional conversation. Again, the 17.5 is the maximum that we think can be accomplished based on conservative growth rates. When I say conservative, these are less than half of your historical trends on what the city has grown over the last 5 years. which has been tremendous.
Yeah.
Again, happy to answer any additional questions.
Sorry, Mayor, can we clarify that we are moving into, because he started speaking about the bond, we're moving into item 5.2 for his discussion.
We can do that. And if we need to jump back to 5.1, we
We
can
can
jump back to
always.
5.1. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Let's clarify that for the record. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Mayor Pro Tem?
It's always important, and your company, your group certainly has experienced this in Texas, and bonds always being one of those emotional topics within cities, especially smaller communities. And with the advent, correct me if I'm wrong, Gus, but it was SB2 with the work of Senator Bittencourt at that time. All language now does have that statement
Yep.
that this is a tax increase.
Thank you, Joe.
This is a tax increase. The logic behind that is that even though the rate may remain the same, Senator Bittencourt got disturbed, and I don't have any argument with this, but that there were increases in taxes collected by municipalities simply because of the increases in the appraisal rates of property. Now, the weakness of that logic, though, was for many people, the blame was placed on us, the people sitting in the roles at city councils. But the reality is it had nothing to do with elected officials in terms of the increased value. It was a appointed group of appraisers, the appraisal boards in the various communities, who followed their own form of, I'm going to call it voodoo economics, and somehow prayed or whatever, lit incense, charms, and decided that my house was worth, $100,000, and his house next to me was worth $50,000, and or vice versa. But there was no rhyme or reason, or there has been no rhyme or reason in terms of those. But I go back to, as a reminder, that has nothing to do with us, other than I'm constantly on them, do a better job. That's me individually. And also constantly, yearly, challenging the appraisals that they have of my home, and which I urge everybody to do just as a regular practice in your communities. And so we find ourselves here. I'll make a prediction today. We're going to have a vote, and Lamarque, I think, at long last, is going to have an opportunity to vote on a bond election. For me, the question is whether it's going to be November or whether it's going to be May. That for me is the question. And so two things. Number one, I repeat, the language will always show, even though we're maintaining the tax rate, I hope, we haven't voted on that, but I hope that we're maintaining the tax rate. That's me. We're maintaining the tax rate. They will always show this is a tax increase. And when and if we put out the documentation associated with the bond, the general obligation bond for a vote, it will also say that this is a tax increase, even though there are no tax increases that will occur in the will pass through our residents that live in Lamar that vote for it. And also, certainly those that whose properties are homesteaded, the seniors, the exemptions, they probably would have no impact at all in terms of any fees associated with the passage of this bond election. Is everything I've said, is that accurate? Is that anything?
Yes, sir. I'd say it is an accurate statement. It will collect taxes that the taxpayer would not pay if they voted down the GO bond. So as the city continues to pay off its current bonds, you have a set payment schedule for that. So if voters decide to add an additional bond, there is going to be additional dollars that need to be collected to pay that. However, the tax rate will not change based on this amount. The portion, the percentage applied against their house will not change. That is the amount that we've prepared for you at the direction of council and staff.
And add on to that, that we're not going to be increasing the general fund by 17 million. The process doesn't work in that fashion. What happens is that if the voters decide that, yes, we agree with you, we have a need for the public safety building, a new property, then your job is to go out and sell those bonds.
That's correct. And it has to come back in front of this governing body to approve that bond sale. So the steps would be that this council sends it to the voters. The voters have a chance to authorize those bonds at an election. If they do authorize the city to issue those bonds, then I work on preparing a structure that meets your metrics, that 0 cent increase, no tax increase. I have to bring it back to you, and you all have the chance to do a final approval before the debt is even issued.
And I have one last question. I'm not so sure it's to you, if not to our council or bond council. But if we take action today, or we will take action today, but it's also a possibility, it's permissible that we say we want set this general obligation bond for an election, but we also have the opportunity to say that we can have that in May. Is that accurate?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan Frells with Bracewell. We serve as your bond counsel. So you could not call a May election today.
Okay.
You could choose to do a May election, and then we would come back to you in February, and you would vote to do that. There's a 12 or 14-day window each year before the November and May elections in which you can call an election as a city. So it's a very limited time period. So if that were your instruction, we would come back to you again in February with all the documentation so that you could proceed at that time.
Okay. Very good. Thanks for that clarification.
Anyone else? I wanted to be clear on something. The idea that you were asked to prepare documentation on a 39-cent tax rate is what triggers, again, what Joe is referring to, this SB2 part of our language that's been found in our agenda, correct?
So there was actually a new bill that was passed this year, SB 1025, and SB 1025 requires for all bond elections, no matter what impact they have, that this is a tax increase language be put at the top of all the ballots. So this is a brand new requirement for cities this time. It's the first time ever. It was previously required for all school district bond elections, but they've now switched this and added this for all bond elections.
What is the reasoning? What was the reasoning behind that?
This has long been a view of certain demographic in the legislature, that they felt that it was important for the public to understand that anytime you issue debt, you are having to pay that debt back. And so they view any effort to issue debt and any repayment of debt as a tax increase. The thought, as described during the legislative hearings, was the debt would otherwise fall off, and you would have a reduction in the tax rate if you didn't issue additional. So that is the view among the folks who kind of put that bill forward and moved it along.
So
And Senator Betancourt did author this bill as well.
So if we cut our tax rate to 25 cents and we voted to issue general obligation bonds, it would still say that there is a tax increase in the language.
Yes, sir.
Say that one more time.
Yes,
One
sir.
more time.
E-
If we, I want to do it again. If we voted, if we set our tax rate at 10 cents and our community passed a general obligation bond, now we're at 39 cents now. If we set it at 10 cents, right? And our community voted to pass a general obligation bond, all of the language would still say, you know, this is a tax increase.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to hear from you. How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for 25 years.
That's a lot of years. Now, 39 cents. That's not an increase in our tax rate, is it?
39 cents is where you were last year.
We were at 39 cents last year.
Yes, sir.
And yet, when we propose, if this council chooses to propose a 39 cent tax rate where there is no increase in our tax rate, we would still find this same language of, you know, there's a tax increase. Would that be accurate?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And that would probably be because last year we had 400 homes, and this year we probably have 405 homes. And so taxes will be assessed on those additional 5 homes, and that would in essence increase our tax revenue. Would that be accurate?
That is accurate.
Or perhaps even if we had a home that was valued at $250,000 this year, and next year perhaps it's valued at $300,000, that extra $50,000 in valuation, if that homeowner doesn't challenge that and that is approved, then on that home, there will be an additional tax increase, not in rate, but because the valuation is high.
That's right. The total amount would increase. The tax rate would stay the same.
So we need to perhaps get a better understanding and clarity of this idea that you can't just look at an agenda and see the word tax increase and then tell the world that there's a tax increase. This is, to Joe's point, I'm just elaborating on it. These are pieces of language that was passed by the state legislature that have nothing to do with what we as a municipal government actually do, right? Again, I just gave the demonstration. We can drop the tax rate to 1 cent and still pass the general obligation bond, and it's still going to say tax increase. We can hold our tax rate the same. Let me do a different. Let me add this to it. Hold on just a minute. Miss Holland.
Yes.
This morning you said our no new revenue rate was what?
0.37.
0.374450.
0.3744. That was important, the 4450. We're at 39 cents now. If this council cuts the tax rate to 38 cents, it's still gonna say, you know, you're raising taxes, right? SB 2 has caused all sorts of problems, and if you are not able to understand how all of these issues, these complex issues go together in municipal government, you might actually think that this council is doing something that we are not. And that is the big point I think that Joe is making. I am elaborating on that point, but I think it's important that our community members hear that point. This bond is not raising, whether we vote on it today for November, whether it fails and folks want to vote on it in May, or whether it fails forever. This is not an issue of raising taxes. This is an issue of the language, state mandated language that is being imposed upon every, apparently not only municipality, but every school board. as relates to the idea of general bond obligations. And you said something earlier, I wanted to really express to the people of Lamar. That's done that way because the way that people in the state legislature think, well, if debt starts to decrease, then they should be able to decrease those tax rates. If the debt is decreasing, the tax rate should be able to decrease. That doesn't give any forethought to the idea that small cities can't just pull out of their front pocket millions of dollars to repair infrastructure or to build fire stations or police stations or whatever it is those major capital improvement projects are. We have to then go out and borrow money to be able to do these types of things. And so to Joe's point, that wasn't really a smart thing to do because it makes it appear as though we are somehow being fiscally, not we us, but we as city councils, city commissions all across the state are doing something that is fiscally irresponsible when we are not.
I think you outlined what the statute requires quite well. The other thing I will say is that this does go out to a vote of the people, and ultimately it's your constituents who get the opportunity to vote this up or down if you choose to have an election.
Very good. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe. Did you want to go?
Go ahead. Yeah, I think it's, I really like that you hit home on that it is a tax increase. It's important that everybody know it is a tax increase, and that the state legislators thought it was so important that they, according to you, wasn't very smart, but they thought it was because they made the language that it is a tax increase. SB2, I love it. First person in the state of Texas to force the city to roll back their taxes. That was me. Do we get into why we're gonna, or reasons we shouldn't do things now? You want to talk about that, or are we gonna wait for that?
If you have the floor,
All
do
right.
whatever you want to do.
We do not have our routine audit complete. It is not complete. That was what was said this morning. Without a routine audit, without a forensic audit, it's a major concern for the city. There's lots of rumors and speculations of backdoor deals with developers, bribes from contractors, getting permits waived, fees waived. So without just the routine audit, which only audits the information you give them, I think we're pushing into dangerous territory, and quite honestly, it's disrespectful to the taxpayers. So I would suggest that we push this out. And I mean, who's going to ask for $17 million when we don't have a property, we don't have indefinite plans, but just give me your money and we'll figure it out later. I mean, no audit, no routine audit, no forensic audit. Just give me your money. We'll figure it out later. Just give me your checkbook and I'll figure it all out later, guys.
You there?
Yeah.
It's a lot, wasn't it? Well, I think that rollback that you're so proud of was actually a miscalculation. The truth of the matter is we should have been at 63 cents and the county clerk's office, the tax assessor collector's office missed an entire line where there was a sales tax number that should have been there. And so it was unfairly imposed upon the people of Lamarque in the first place. Secondly, anybody and everybody that has a chance to vote against taxes are going to, in a knee-jerk reaction, vote against taxes. That wasn't an accomplishment that you did. Anybody could have did that. Anybody in the world could have said, let's vote to cut taxes, and everybody's gonna line up for that. I would line up for that. You all would line up for that.
72%.
Ms. Yancey, you would line up for that. We all would. Mr. Lowry, I didn't interrupt you. Didn't interrupt you. Thirdly, forensic audit. We've been hearing about a forensic audit. We need a forensic audit. We need a forensic audit. Well, let's look at this weekend. I just kind of Googled it, Ms. Holland. What's forensic audit say when you Google it? Let me look on my trusty little phone here. The first thing it says that you would need to have a forensic audit, people of Lamar. It says this word, focus. Focus. Unlike a traditional audit that verifies financial statements, accuracy, and adherence to accounting standards, a forensic audit delves deep into the specific transactions or allegations of financial wrongdoing. This council, Mayor Pro Tem included, said to you time and time again, Mr. Lowry, give us a focus, point us in a direction, tell us where you want to go, tell us where you want a forensic audit. And for at least the year and a half you've been on council, you've never given anybody any focus. You just keep saying there's allegations and rumors. You are starting those allegations. You're starting those rumors. Nobody in this town is making any allegations. Nobody in this city is making any allegations. Nobody in the police department is making any allegations. Nobody in the DA's office is making any allegations. You are doing that, sir. You are lighting the fire and you're calling the fire department. Now, don't interrupt me. I'm speaking. As far as the routine audit goes, Ms. Purdy, I don't know why I keep calling Ms. Purdy.
Okay.
Ms. Holly is handling that. She will respond to that, I'm sure, in the middle of this discussion. And as far as not knowing where our police station will be built, this community passed, not this past bond election with the school district, but I think it was the previous one. We passed a bond election with the thought, James Osteen, that we would build a middle school in the city of Lamar. Can you find a middle school in the city of Lamar? You can't, because ultimately they had to build one in the city of Texas City. That has been done before. These things aren't issues. What is an issue is the idea as we hit home. This council has no power to do anything other than provide for the citizens an opportunity to vote on whether or not they want a police station. You, Mr. Lowry, and every other member of this council have said, and I think whatever Lowry News Network is, all of y'all, including all of us, have said the police department is unsafe, it is deplorable, it is a health hazard. Our police officers have cases of liability when it comes to working in our telecommunicators as well. And when it comes to working in such subpar conditions. And all we're trying to do is bring a vote to the people. Isn't that your First Amendment right to vote? We're not doing anything. We're not passing CO bonds. It's not what we're doing. We're saying, let the community vote. And I, for the life of me, can't understand why anybody would want to stop a community from voting. That's voter suppression. And so I'm just baffled. At 1 minute, we're saying it's so deplorable that we can't even let them work in the building. And then the other minute, we're saying, oh, but we don't want to bring this to a vote. We don't want to pass a general obligation bond. Well, how else are we gonna get a station? Unless you want to donate one, then we could do that too. Now, I'm gonna stop, and I know you want to say something. So I'll stop and I'll let you speak and anybody else who wants to speak, and we'll continue this discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and respond. So when it fails, how long before the citizens can vote to take care of our department again? 3 years? Correct answer, 3 years?
There is no freeze on having a new election after a failed election at this time under state law. There is a time period after a failed election before you can issue COs or tax notes for that purpose. And you're correct on the time frame.
So 3 years.
3 years for COs or tax notes, but not to have a new election. There has been legislation introduced that would put that in place, but that legislation is not passed today.
And then, so what is Plan B and what is Plan C so we can take care of the department?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm one member of a 5-member council, so you talking to us?
Talking to everybody, yeah.
Why don't you tell us? What's your
What's
plan?
Plan B? If this fails, what's the next option?
How do you know it's gonna fail?
I'm asking. I'm
How
looking-
about we band together to make it pass? How about we do the work to get all the kinks worked out? Stop lying and saying that people are corrupt. just to get likes on the internet or to get all sorts of other things going on that would confuse people when there is no evidence of that, Joseph. We know that.
Be careful.
It's been, Joseph, you can say whatever you want to say,
Be
but
careful.
I'm telling you, there's no evidence of that. I know that there's no evidence of that. Now, let me proceed. Instead of continuing to try to say that there's corruption, so we can't do this, it's almost like, when are we going to get an idea that's positive from you? When are we going to get an idea that moves the city forward in a positive way, something happy, something exciting? It's always, this is bad, you did this, you did that. And all this does is confuse the city, because you've been up here for a year and a half, and if it was so much going on, as diligent as you are, you would have found it already. But you haven't. You just keep saying it over and over, and that's confusing people. If you take that element out of it, Joseph, the people will be able to see, A, their police department is subpar. B, their police officers need proper, basic, safe working conditions. And C, we can do this without raising the tax rate. When will we get from you and from the people of District C, when will we get a bona fide positive idea to move our city forward in a positive way, instead of all of this tear down, tear down, tear down, tear down? This community has had enough of tearing things down. We've invited you into this council. We've tried to work with you.
I was
and we're
elected. I wasn't
asking you-
invited.
You have been invited into this council.
I was elected.
Okay.
I wasn't
all right.
invited.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Now, we need positive ideas to move this city forward. All of this negativity and all of these wars of words and things, that's over. All that does is tear a city apart. Yes. Can you touch me?
Yeah, I want to hear from the committee if we can.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon. I would like to hear from the committee on what you guys believe. At least 2 or 3 of you, could you let us know what you all discussed, if that's okay?
Only 2.
Only 2. That can let us know. And I've already heard from Robert Mitchell. I would like to hear from somebody else.
Chief Smith, is that what you?
The chairman, okay, can too.
Welcome, gentlemen.
And the reason why I want to get your honest opinion on this, is because this should not be a political tool, should not be a political animal, should not be about personalities. It should be about facts. And the facts are, our police just cut $400,000 from their budget when it comes to building maintenance. That's a big issue for me, because now we have a 0 budget. And to wait almost another year in May, because I think we all agree on one thing, we need it. Now we're talking about, when do we need it, or what's the best time? I, for one, don't think that people have a stomach for waiting until May, because the economy is already tightening up. I would hope that we would, whether we decide to do it in November or May, that we can all come together as one community to do it. And we don't tear each other down, as the mayor has just suggested. But you guys have been meeting all year long. And for what? So I would like to hear from you. What do you suggest to this council?
Thank you, Councilwoman Yancey. I agree. You know, we have been meeting all year long, and pretty much the same thing that we've mentioned before is where we are. Again, we need a new PD. We met with Project Luong today to see the plans that they put for both locations. I guess he said it could work for both locations that we had spoken about. The only issue that the committee saw was that the plans that were presented, they were presented without any type of holding facility or jail in the police department. So that was a very integral piece of the PD that we think needs to be part of the plans. Certainly it's going to raise the amount that it's going to cost to build that building, but I think it's an important part.
So I would like your opinion. Do you think we do this in November or do it in May? I mean, you guys have been meeting. Thank you for your time. That's free time of, so what does the committee suggest? I mean, we could, we do have the $3 million in CO bonds left over. And if I'm correct, we can use that Gus, can we use
Well,
that?
we don't.
We don't know.
Last year, and here's the other, and I'll let you finish, Ms. Yancey, but here's the other issue that has been bandied about. We got to have money in CO bonds, but you and I and these two gentlemen to my right last year earmarked those certificate of obligation bonds because we told Cesar Garcia to make sure he earmarks those monies so that they can be expended and moved out of those accounts into improvements all around our communities. And so we've already earmarked those. And I think that we all are aware of that, but proceed.
Okay.
You know, as far as when it should be placed on the ballot, I'm not the one to give you that or that suggestion, but I would certainly like to have things done sooner rather than later, like you you mentioned. But if it takes that time for the city to get things in order and try and figure out what where the money's going to come from, what the specific language of the bond is going to be, all that. If that means waiting for November, then so be it. At the end of the day, it's your decision. So.
I agree with what he's saying. I think that the sooner that we can get this information before the voters, the better. We're looking at about $1.5 million per year additional cost to build the police station for every year that it's not built, and that's kind of what Long and Associates has kind of laid out. We actually came up with a few ideas that the chairman's going to share with you and wanted to present those ideas to you.
Can
Very
I
good.
ask a question before?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were the new plans done without the jail included?
So, Mr. Long advised that was on behalf of the council, that the council had requested to present a building without a holding facility or a jail to cut back on the money.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe, I had never heard that. And so maybe there was a miscommunication between the council and Project Long.
Mr. Long is coming up. Yeah.
There he is.
Good afternoon, council.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
How are y'all?
Fine. How are you?
Monday. It's Monday. When we met 2 weeks past or thereabouts on a Tuesday, we kind of summarized around the horn, what's the go for it, right? And the task that we left here with was get me to 17 million. How do we do that? And so we continue to scratch at the prefabricated options. You would hand me a list, Councilman Compion. We tried to make contact with 2 of them. I wasn't able to get a hold of them in any substantive way. Hey, thanks for calling. When you will call you back, sure, no problem. But it's get to 17 million because that's the number that council had alluded to, that you had spoken about the week prior, that felt comfortable with this discussion of bond and what have you. There isn't a way to get there with the jail being the most expensive thing. And kind of the things we had spitballed at the very end of the meeting was, what can we take out? And so what we came back with today was reducing the square footage of the police station to only accommodate the needs of today. In the previous iterations of our plan, in the previous programming that we had done back in 2021, we had forecasted out what's the size of the complement of officers that the Lamar PD would be authorized to have well into the future, right? And so the way we had done that is we looked at, what's your current officer per resident ratio, what's your growth rate, what's the department's ability to secure bond or grants for additional patrol officers. At the time, Chief had gotten, I think, money for additional community patrol officers, but there's no place to put them. And so we looked at all that data and said, okay, here's where we think you're going to be in 2025 and 2030 and 2040, so that we understand how big of a building do we need. So the first thing we did was said, we're not going to design to 2040, we're going to design to 2025, right? Here's what we have. And we presented back a plan that can be expanded, right? How do we build what I have today, right now, and then leave a wall open to, put 17,000 square feet more, should those funds become available in the future. Even with that kind of cut, it's still way too expensive to get the 17 million. We have to account for inflation costs in all these numbers. It's awful. It's too bad. 7% a year is thumb in the wind, kind of where we're headed, right? So when we advise on what we can build, we need to know that, hey, in 2027, which is really what we're talking about, that money is still available, right? That we're not eating into it because it's stagflating. So we had to take the jail out, and we had spitballed as a last resort, like, hey, maybe we don't have a detention facility because we're using the county right now. And so we were able to provide a station plan that meets the current personnel needs, but just doesn't have a detention facility, and accounts for the inflation over 2 years that got us to 17 million. The problem with that that was brought up by the members of the committee is that it's not a functioning, police station. You have to have a detention capacity.
Right.
And so the large part of the discussion we just had, which is very spirited and very, very informative, was that and I'm going to say I think it's unanimous amongst the committee members, and you correct me if I'm wrong, a detention component must be included. That was the direction back up to us.
So can that be included, or do you need more time to present that?
Well, you need more money.
You need more money.
Yeah, no, this is
So
a
it's not about
problem.
time, it's
It's
about
not a
money.
time problem. We know the number.
Okay.
It's the number we gave you in the last meeting. We said, look, we think it's about 23 million if you're going to shoot for a bond. We can squeeze it back down to 17, but there isn't a world in which we can get all these pieces in that box for that number. The math just doesn't math. There's nothing I can do about that. And we've gone down this road, and I made this mention before. All the numbers we're presenting in these presentations, these are not bids. Be very clear with this. We don't have time to go out to draw it and bid it. These are, let's call the contractors in this pool that have built these facilities. Let's make sure that at least 2 of them agree, right? So that we're not giving back just one outlying number, right? And the questions we're asking is, hey, here's what we've presented. It's open record. There's nothing about here that's confidential. Here's the numbers we presented to this council. Do these seem reasonable in the market that we're currently working in? So it's a yes or no question, right? Do we believe that we can get cheaper than these numbers? And I can't find anybody to tell me yes. And so as we come back and talk about, do we renovate, do we reuse, whatever, we will do whatever we are directed to do. Happily so. It is this caveat of, is it our recommendation and can we stand behind it? I cannot tell you with a straight face today that I have anybody in my Rolodex that we've reached out to that says, yes, you can certainly do that for that cost and it's less than this, right? So that's the context of the numbers we're talking about. And so within the context of those numbers, I cannot give you a facility that meets the requirements that the committee is asking for $17 million. Can't do it. I want to be very clear. If that means that I'm not your architect, I'm fine with that.
Yes.
I fully appreciate that's a very self-serving statement. I want to be very clear.
That's what I was thinking.
If this is somebody else, that.
I'll be honest with you, I was kind of thinking that like, somebody can do it for 17.5. Somebody can do. I mean, let's just, if that's all we have to work with, because our constituency does not have a stomach for raising taxes. And so if that's the case, I am looking for we got to be unified on something. As I said, everything can't be a fight. This should not be a fight. I've been here since 21 and the police have been a political pawn since 2021. And I'm trying to find some common ground. And I don't know what is a police station without the detention area. That's kind of crazy.
I can speak. One thing that we did discuss was to go with the original design to include the jail and the space that they eliminated, but also to subtract 6 cells and go with 6 detention cells versus the 12. There are things that are going to be needed inside of each detention cell that are going to drive up the cost, because of all of the specifications that are required, national specifications and everything that's happened here recently. We've got to be up to code, and it can affect your accreditation as an agency if things are not up to code. So not having a jail is really a non-starter. It may be a way that just by eliminating 6 cells and going with maybe 4 males and 2 female cells, that could be a way to cut some costs.
How many cells do we have now?
The design right now, as I understand it, costs 12.
No, I'm talking in our present jail, like how many?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We just have 6 total.
Think of it as beds. You have 6
Bed.
cells with 2 bunk beds.
2 bunk,
It's
okay.
12 beds. That's
12 beds,
That's the
okay.
common count, right?
Okay.
And so the current state design standards do not allow for bunk beds
Okay.
for safety reasons. And so
So you can't do bunk beds anymore?
you are a municipality. You are not a jail.
Okay.
You are a detention facility.
Detention.
You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
The standard, the industry standard that is optioned into is to adopt the state standards at the municipal level as it represents best practices.
Mhm.
That being said, you may do whatever you please. You are a detention facility.
So,
Not a jail.
so we could have 8, no, you said 6 or 8, 6 beds.
4 and 2.
And so, and was 6 cells and 2 beds, so 12 beds total. Correct?
Right.
With the plan we have right now, or the original plan.
Yeah. We could revise it down and shrink it. I will say that right now the jail's maybe 4,000 square feet. Let's say we can get to 2. That's not a $17 million box, right? We have about a $4 or $5 million problem on our hands in order to fit within.
Could you repeat that, please? That last part?
I'm sorry. Even with the reduction of the jail component, we're still bigger than $17 million, right? So any addition is in addition to 17 million, right? Because otherwise you have to go start cutting core functionality, right? I don't have enough patrol officers, so I'm going to cut patrol space. Like you got to make up something, right? The $17 million number does not afford us a fully functioning station. I think that's the statement that we're going to stand behind. Even if we cut back, you have to give something else up.
He's saying that the square footage that the jail would need would be about 4,000 square feet additional to add the jail detention facility on. And then I think you said the number was about $1,200 a square foot.
Yeah, a lot. That's correct.
$1,200 a square foot. So I mean, that's gonna raise the cost.
And I brought up our meeting. There are 2 stations that were just completed in this region. City of Manville just did a 45,000 square foot station for about $36 million. Their complement is about the same size as you guys, just at a city level. And the city of Elgin, Texas also completed one. They are much smaller, but their 11,000 square foot facility was about 7 million, I think, give or take. It did not have a detention area. I think they might have had 1 holding cell in that city. So the numbers that we're using are benchmarked from the contractors that are building these today, right? Granted, it's not bid. I'm very clear. We didn't bid this out. But we're trying to get the most relevant data that's published right now. I think the city of Manville just did their ribbon cutting like 2 months ago. The best numbers, to go by. So we're not pulling these out of a hat. They're 10 years old. We're trying to use the freshest data out there to give the best guidance. I mean, the city of Manville went through a very rigorous bidding process.
Alec, let me ask a question of clarification. You just said something about the city of Manville.
That's correct.
What was the other city you named?
Elgin.
Elgin. You said you worked with them to build a station that does not have a jail.
No, we didn't do that project. We were using their data. They just completed it.
A station without a jail.
Right.
It had a holding
I
facility.
think I had 1 holding cell, and that was it.
1 holding cell.
So it's for 1 person. That's it.
Chief, talk to me about that 1 holding for a city our size, that 1 holding cell. What are we looking at as far as the ability to, once we detain subjects and bring them to the station, how does the process work to get them? How does the process work to get them from our station to the county facilities?
Every agency has their own process. Some contract out with the county to have the county pick them up, but then some of the agencies like Hitchcock, we bring our own to the county. So, but you're gonna need some time to maybe do some of the booking paperwork or some of the other paperwork that's necessary as a part of the booking process. And so that's really, each agency has their own process to answer your question.
Sergeant Cantu, how many people do we, on average, detain per day?
I couldn't give you an average, and I don't think it really, that's not a clear picture of the way it is. I use the example of just a one instance. Let's say we have a disturbance and there's 4 people involved in that disturbance and we have to arrest individuals for assault. Now, when those people come back to the police department, we have to place them in separate cells. They can't be in the same cell together. They just got into a fight. We don't want to put them back in a situation where they're going to get into another one. And so that's 4 cells that are having to be used for one disturbance that we go out on. Now, likewise, maybe it's a night. We have a DWI arrest. That's somebody else who may be intoxicated. We might have to put them in a separate cell. So different situations arise where you need the use of multiple cells. And it's not so much based on an average, because we can't predict what crime is going to occur, but we need to be prepared for any crime that does occur and to be able to handle those individuals properly. So I think I would err on the side of keeping the number what we had discussed originally, or at least what we have. I think last time we met as a council, we wanted to keep it status quo. The cells that we had now, not go any lower than that, so that we still have the capacity to do what we do on, you know, at the moment. So that would be my recommendation, is to keep it at least what we have now, not go any lower. There's just certain situations that arise that you can't plan for. You need to be prepared for as a police department. Now, certainly, you know, if we need help from outside agencies, we can request that help. But I think we should have the capability to house at least 6, 7, 8 people at a time.
And that was with the original plan, where you had that, okay.
With six cells minimum?
Well, yeah.
8 and 4?
Because you try to segregate by sex.
Right.
ability.
Right.
So in the event you have an evening where you have 10 males, no women, you could use the women's wing.
Right.
But if you book somebody, you gotta get them out of there. So
Right.
you can play the municipal person.
Usually at our police, usually at our police department, the cells that are for females are empty. We do have some that are in there. We need to keep those available in case there is a female that's placed in custody. We need to have a place where they can go. Like you said, that's especially in the new jail, that's out of earshot, out of eyesight of the male cells and so forth. So I think that's another component of it, is having the ability to house both males and females. Throws another kind of wrench into the situation. So
Where does that, at one point, Mayor Pro Tem brought up the idea of possibly having a modular facility.
So the modular guys don't build detention facilities. They will build the office components, but the hardened side, they don't build. You would still have to build it yourself. And so same mentality. We talked to Ramtech, we sent them our documents, we sent them our plans. You know, can you turn this into something modular, and can you beat this price? And the answer was no, I cannot. They didn't give us a full quote. They just said, I can't beat that number.
You ready to?
Yes. Just I'm going to pick up on an offer that you made, because it's been in the back of my mind. We've just been engaged with you. You've been our subject matter expert on this. And that makes me uncomfortable. I shop. I like to hear from different people, different experts. And I say that in the context of this. The city of Seabrook right now is proposing a bond election for $18 million for the construction of a new police station, a public safety building. That includes the land, and that includes land acquisition. We already have the land. Construction, furniture, fixtures, equipment, owner project contingency, architectural engineering fees, materials testing, commissioning, surveying for this new police station. The city of Fate, small community about the size of Lamar. The city is spending $17.7 million to construct a new 20,000 square foot police station featuring offices, interview rooms, evidence, forensic garage, training. The city of Sherman, Texas, bigger city than us, but certainly for sure. City of Sherman, they just approved plans for a new police headquarters and station with a total cost of $17 million. Project two buildings totaling 33,971 square feet in that area. Secure. And they also include a storm shelter because they suffer from tornadoes in that area. Training and conference room, investigation. And Dallas, bigger city, of course, their one station they're constructing is 17 million as well. And city of Sherman, I mentioned Sherman, and Seabrook and Fate. So and that leads me back. Other resources, it's being done. It's being done.
It's being proposed.
Well, Fate is starting. They've started that. Seabrook is a bond proposal they're talking about, right? Once again, but it's in the ballpark of what we're talking about. And city of Seabrook land is far more expensive than it is Lamar, and they're acquiring land. We're not. We have our land, and so I guess the other point that and certainly construction costs change, but speaking to the issue of detention versus jail, we just need a detention facility. We are a stopover. We house guests for a little while and then they're on their way. And that's all it is. So these jail standards and stuff, as Mr. Long just mentioned, we can develop our own standards that we meet with regard to that. That seems to be, as I looked over your last presentation, that seemed to be the highest area of cost associated with that area. I do appreciate that input. And then let me speak another quick subject, the issue of the timing. And I agree with Ms. Councilmember Yancey. We just all have to come together to come to some agreement here.
Right.
The reason why I feel more comfortable with May is because of this issue. You have a lower voter turnout. And May elections historically in the state of Texas, and bond counsel or our financial may also have some expertise in this area. But historically, from the research, May elections in Texas have a higher percentage of passage than they do bond elections that occur in November.
It's true.
That occur in November. And so you've got a motivated voter pool out there that want to go out and support this particular effort. That is out there. We want to support the police. Not to say they don't want to support the police in November, but there are more people out there with differing opinions out there. And but I think the issue, for at least for me, is we make a commitment to yes, present a bond. We have so many. I just feel uncomfortable. I'm not at a feel-good moment in terms of structuring the language of a bond. That's the other problem I have right now. Bond counsel. I think Gus is back there. Do you share my am I in a good place, or I'd like some feedback on that. The language of a bond.
Well, sure. As chair of the Public Safety Building Committee, we've always held that we provide to you what we think the police need and what the public safety building should entail.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the bond language, shopping it around, certainly trying to find better prices, finding somebody who can provide a different quote or something of that nature. At the end of the day, where the money comes from, it's all a council decision. So I support council 100% on trying to get this thing worked out. And I know y'all are trying very hard to do that. And I appreciate it. We just bring forward to you humbly what the police need and what we feel the building should be. And
yes. Thank you, Sergeant. I remember Mr. Long said as he was leaving, he said, I'll go out and I'll find somebody that can build this for $17 million. You said that. It's on tape. So I remember that too.
And
on that
we,
side.
we gave a solution to get us there.
Yeah, okay.
It just wasn't accepted.
Yeah.
We
So,
get you.
but bond counsel, I'd like to hear the language of, that we're looking at. Are you comfortable enough in drafting something?
I mean, I have never drafted a
bond.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever it takes to get it done.
I appreciate Sergeant Cantu wanting to get involved in this.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, what we were directed to do was
Yes.
create language for a new police station and the acquisition of property therefore, to the
Yes.
extent that you needed to do it. I am comfortable that the language that we have on the ballot that's been proposed in this, in the order that you see, covers that project. To the extent there is a different way you want to describe it, to the extent that there's going to be more to the project than that, that's something we could always consider and look at, but I'm comfortable that this addresses the type of police station that you have proposed in this particular case.
Yes, I see you slowly moving. Ditto. Let me ask you this. So Joe, could you bring that back up with the police station?
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Right here.
See, I think that's the issue. I think that's where we are as a community. We're at 17.5 because we're looking at several opportunities, 17, 18, somewhere in that area. What's the square footage of the station that you designed?
25.
So how is it that Fate, is it
Fate.
How is it that Fate, Texas is, and you may not know this.
I don't. What I will tell you, look, I'm familiar with every one of these stations. We benchmarked every one of them. Especially when it's Seabrook, it's up the street. We know the architect, they published their plans, we looked at them. Look, all police stations are the same and they're all different, right? Every department, like Chief had mentioned, they do things differently. There's different things they need and don't. Simply comparing square footages and the costs is one metric for sure. We need to pull the program. What are they actually putting in, right? The Seabrook detention capacity is much smaller than what we had originally designed, right? I want to say they might have 4. They have a much smaller patrol area. We pulled their plans because they're public, right? Just to see what's happening. What we rely on is our contractor partners who are building these today to feed us back the data of the cost. And even that cost does not necessarily include or is fully encompassing. We're not bidding things right now. We're simply trying to say, are we in the ballpark to feel comfortable that if you go forward and say $17 million is the number, are we going to get something? And the answer is you can get something. And there's a lot of compromises that have to be made to get to that something. Speed and time are of the essence, right? The faster you go, the cheaper it is in most cases because you're not paying for inflation. There is a solution out there. The question is, well, are we going to set off for that? But in terms of comparing what's happening in Sherman, Fayette, the thing that you and Seabrook have in common is you both coastal conditions. Your buildings are more expensive because they're here in a flood zone and in a hurricane 1 zone. Sherman does not have that problem. They have tornadoes, it's a different thing. So there's nuances in all this, right?
Why can't we just take Seabrook's design and bring it here?
Not Seabrook. Yeah. Police stations are not McDonald's.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But you just said, here's what you just said, Alec. You just said that Seabrook's design appears to have come in lower because they reduced the jail capacity and they reduced, close your ears, police, they reduced the patrol area. Okay. I'm not a police officer, but if I had to walk into a station and breathe asbestos and mildew and mold, and wonder whether or not the ceiling is going to fall in on my head. And if I'm interviewing a detainee, is that what you call them, Chief? A detainee in an interview room, if I have to worry about whether or not they're going to be able to just break loose from that table. I've been in there, I saw on a tour, the flimsiness of that table. Seems like to me, I would rather have a smaller patrol room area and a sounder, newer building. Seems like to me that's a no-brainer. And I think to Mayor Pro Tem's point, we can get to 17.5. We can get to 18 if we actually cut some of those things that it seems as though you have not explored cutting, Alec.
We cut a substantial, so it's
I didn't say you didn't cut. I just said some of those things.
we have a solution right now. Kira's got it. If you want to bring it up, that we presented, we can get you there. There is a solution to 17 million, right?
Can you bring that up here, please, ma'am? We got 1 hour and 36 minutes, Alec.
Oh, we'll do it in 5.
This is gonna be the best hour and 36 minutes of your life. I'm just teasing. Did I say 36?
You said 136.
Well, we have to vote before 5. Which one of those fine looking gentlemen in the front row said we had to vote before 5? There he is. Oh, is that one of the fine gentlemen?
Maria sent it to you in an email.
The one from the last meeting?
No, from today.
She sent it today.
She sent it today. A few hours ago.
I got. Kevin, it should be in the room email. The room email, or do you want me to send it to the Zoom email? Okay.
So while she's bringing that up, what we had explained is that the station we have today that we're showing you fits on both pieces of property. Both properties relatively the same dimensions, so we wanted to make sure 2 birds with stone, depending which way you want to do it. We designed with expansion in mind, right? So if we're going to make a compromise today, let's make sure we don't, stub ourselves in the toes. We can't do something about it tomorrow, right? So what we did, instead of planning for a station through 2040, we're going to plan for a station through 2025, right? What do I need today that's better than what I have, that accommodates the officers I'm currently complimented for? That's what we did. So the white box space, that little bit of fat that you put in each little suite, we cut all that out, right? We're saying this is what you got today, is what we're gonna do. In order to facilitate expansion in the future, there's one blank wall of the building. It's one big corridor. Because when you expand, you don't want to put the police out, right? You've got to be able to build this thing without shutting down the station, right? So something that you would never otherwise do. You would never put a corridor on the exterior of the wall because it's valuable space. We did it, anticipating that there's up to 17,000 square feet that you could expand in the future. So if all of a sudden big pot of money shows up in 2030, fantastic. We have a building. It's got a big expansion joint in it. It was designed exactly for this purpose, and we can just and go out with it. That expansion would include a jail. We can flip some space around, kind of make it work out. It was also designed to expand parking, right? Because one of the biggest issues is secure parking. It's one of the big flaws of the current site. And so the site is meant to expand in 2 directions so that you can do that expansion without having to relocate police or shut them down. That was where we felt was the best and highest use of the dollars to get to 17. So in the cutting of the program, not all square footage is created equal, right? And so some is really expensive, some is really cheap. So for instance, there's a training room in here, right? Do you need the training room? Maybe, maybe not. There's a fitness component. Do you need it? Maybe, maybe not. The reason why it's in there is because we're trying to get as much in to get to 17. Now, if we're going to go in and add a couple holding cells that we can always expand on, fantastic. We will make that fit within that box. There are some things that you have to build all at one time because they cannot be expanded, like evidence, right? You can't really go mess with an evidence room once you built it, right? So there are certain components that have to be put in on day one that just don't ever get bigger, right? Dispatch. You're not going to make dispatch bigger. You've got to put your consoles in because you don't want to touch that room forever. So we prioritize those spaces that we need today that aren't going to get bigger no matter how big the department gets. So for instance, right, for the size of the city of Lamar,
You will probably not ever have more than 3 dispatchers because you run on 3 shifts, and there isn't a world in which all of a sudden you do 12 dispatchers, right? So 4 consoles works. When we know that, we don't need to expand for it. We sized the facility for natural disasters and on-call all-hand events, right? So one of the issues we have is that when there's a hurricane and we're gonna get all the officers in there, where do they sleep? Where do they sit for a week? And so part of the sizing of the training room and the break room is so that if I have 65 people, right, on an all-hands kind of event, then I have cots, that I have a way to feed these people, that we're not sleeping in quarters. So those are some of the must-haves at a minimum that you just got to have to make it function, right? And then everything else.
Excuse me for interrupting. Is this the EEOC as well?
I don't think you have it.
No,
No, it's the police station.
Fire Station 1.
It's in fire station.
So would they be sleeping at the police department if the EEOC is activated?
We have always slept at the police department. I can't remember when the last time it was activated was, but I know everyone that I've participated in it, we've been sleeping at the police department, not the fire department.
So those are some of the things that were driving some of those bigger spaces, right? So why do a training room 800 square feet? I gotta put people in cots. Whatever break room is a little bigger because I've got to cook for them in the event. So we were able to get everything squeezed down to fit in this box, which at some point might get shared.
At the end of the day, Alec, we will, this, as the city grows, we will expand into all of those neat and wonderful things. Gyms and dorm rooms, all of that wonderful magic. But as it sits today, because every time we have this discussion, the police station, the price tag grows $2.5–3 million. Every time we have this discussion. So what I sense my colleagues are asking for is the bare bones, basic police station so that these folk can go and do their job in a safe condition. And I think that's what we're looking at. Go ahead, Jim. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna encourage us not to use the term bare bones. Too many bare bones.
Too many bare bones. Give me a better term. Give me a better term.
Functional. A modern, functional.
There it is.
Police department.
There it is.
That's certainly an improvement what we have now. By the way, what's the present square footage of the department over here?
10,000.
Huh?
I don't know off the top of my head. Couldn't tell you.
10,000.
10,000?
12.
12? Oh, okay.
Tops,
So,
maybe?
so this, a 20,000 square foot department is pretty substantial, double the size.
Substantial increase.
Yeah, substantial. And you're the one that they're looking for. What's the square footage?
22 condition with the salad.
22.
Yep.
Question for you. Is the building construction such that, what's the additional cost if it were built upward, a second story?
Oh. It's not as efficient. It's more expensive to do 2 stories than it is to do 1. And because both of your parcels of land are sufficiently sized to get a single story building, that is the most cost effective way to do it.
Okay. All right.
So back to this modern, functional. It's what we need here. We can, to your point, we have the pieces of property that we're looking at. Both of them have ample room to expand, and perhaps there's a phase 2 and even a phase 3 piece to this police station that will have us fully built out. But we're in a very dangerous situation because we really do have police officers, telecommunicators, non-sworn staff members working daily in a building that is filled with asbestos and mold and mildew and all sorts of other health and safety hazards. And as we contemplate, consider, and kick the can down the road, it is just becoming more and more expensive. And so again, I'm not a police officer. And here's the deal. I don't ever have to step foot in that building ever in my life. They do every day. And so none of us have to step on this dais, have to step foot in that building at any point if we don't choose to, right? And so this bond election really has nothing to do with any of us individually. It has everything to do with the Lamar Police Department and the 20,000 residents that that police department serves. And we have an obligation and a responsibility to provide safe working conditions for all of our staff members, including our police department, especially our police department, right? And so if we can just come to some sort of an agreement that we would be able to move from this with an idea of that modern functional police department that will meet health and safety codes, right?
So I think if the answer is 70 million is the number, then you'll get to work and it can be done. It's a matter of identifying where the what do I must have today versus what can I live with until tomorrow. There is a solution there. And I think to your point, that building has not magically gotten better in 3 years since we first started this process, right?
Right.
And it's not going to get any better, on its own. And so I think the takeaway is that if there is a solution for that number. There absolutely is. We just got to go refine it.
I would like to hear from you. Can you talk to us?
Chief Argon? Chief Argon, would you approach? Ms. Yancey has a question for you.
So,
Yes,
Chief,
sir.
so we know that we all agree that it should happen. Right now, we're talking about the timing. I would like to hear from you, and when do you think is the best timing, November or May?
Good question, Councilwoman. I was in there when they had the discussion. We need a jail. I read the reports every day and it's a summary of what's going on. We make 2 or 3 arrests at times all week, every night. And of course, there's once in a blue moon, maybe there's nothing, but 2 to 3 is not unusual. The sheriff's department used to pick up on my first run. It was like methodical. Every 2 o'clock in the morning, they were coming. It's kind of slowed down even before the new sheriff. And the new sheriff, maybe they're shorthanded or what. You can't count on them coming and picking up with the van. So we have to go and transport every time to the sheriff's department. And you're talking about almost 2 hours going and coming and waiting. So you lose 1 officer off the street. And when you have 4 total out there, you've already lost 1/4 of your shift. So we do need a jail, and I'm not sure of the minimum square footage per cell, but we have 6 cells, 2 per cell. So, and I know this 17.5 million, when I'm looking at the pictures, it doesn't have a jail. So that is an issue. And I don't know.
Well, we just heard from him
Council.
that it can be done, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We just heard from
Alan.
that it can be done. I guess my thing is I wanted to hear from you. You're saying we need something ASAP. Because May is, if we don't do it in November, May is 8 months from November. Right? So we're waiting another year. So I really want to make sure that we are unified on this. And from what Councilman Lowry has said, it seems as if there's a small group that may fight against the November ballot. And we really don't need that. That has happened before.
I agree.
And it totally divided the city. And all this stuff about allegations, corruption, that, we don't nothing about, that has nothing to do with what the city needs right now.
Right.
But as a member, a former member, of the Lamar Citizens Police Academy, I have a really hard time looking at the police and saying, yet again, you're gonna have to wait. But if we're unified as a city and we can all agree that come May, We're all gung ho. We're ready. We're gonna show Galveston County we are on one accord. Cause in May,
Right.
we're gonna get this thing done. We're gonna come back in February.
Right.
Hopefully, this council will remain the same in February, bring bond council back and bam. And that's the part I'm having heartburn with because the people that fight us so much can't be trusted. It may be something else. Oh, we can't get it done in May, even after you promised that we were gonna be all on one accord for May. And that's the part, well, I hate to look at you guys again and say, we tried. But I really think we need to be, as a council, unified on this. All of us.
Right.
To say, we're either gonna all do it in November or we're gonna all do it in May. I do not think that this should be another divisive issue.
Yeah.
And with that, Mayor, I'm saying, I hate to do this to y'all again, but I'm kind of wondering about, I mean, I'm torn because we've done this before and we're here again and it's happening to us again.
Yep.
And that's why I'm like, good God, you know, do we want this to be a 3-2 kind of thing? But we've done that already. Why can't we be unanimous on this?
You know, Mayor Pro Tem said, Councilwoman Yancey is pretty, hit the nail right on the head. May might be more prudent to wait. And you know, we have budget issues now, and Ms. Holly's straightening that out, but we got a lot of things going, a lot of things on our plate right now. So it might be better to wait. You know, we've got the building fixed up to where we got the air conditioning, you know, it's portable units. We've got the heaters in each where they need to be, the portable heaters. We got the wiring fixed right now. We've been in the building, what, 55 years? I think, you know, another 9 months, 10 months might not hurt, but we got to have it together. And I just don't, with the 17.5 figure, I don't know how much we could scrunch out of that. Alex is good at that, but you know, that's asking for a lot. Asking for a lot.
So that's why I wanted to hear from you, because you represent the police. And I if you're okay with that, so that we can be a rah rah ha ha, let's be unified. But I need to ask my council members, are we gonna be ready in May?
I have a question because I'm still confused since the last council meeting. And again, I don't pay attention to what's going on, but I feel like I've been left out of the discussion. Because I haven't heard anything from council that has changed from the last time we had this discussion and we were in agreement about doing it in November.
Right.
And I'm still confused as to where all of this other stuff is coming from. Has there been another conversation? Has the tax rate increased? I mean, I'm confused.
Go ahead, Michael.
Here's my response to you, Ms. Griffin. I guess in my world, we have this Public Safety Committee, and call it just me, the way my mind operates. I had hoped for a very smooth handoff with recommendations, right? You've been working with Mr. Long and Alex there, and you guys have had very, very passionate, deep discussions about the police station, even about the dates that are on here, about possible locations as well too. I was hoping for a smooth transition on, here's the recommendation, here's the site that we like, here's a preference date, we're ready to do this now. And therefore we urge this to be put on a November bond. But for me, I'm not getting that. I don't have that level of recommendations that I was looking for in terms of site, in terms of, yes, this is the best date. this is really what we're looking for in terms of the building. We're still trying to work out the details of what this building is going to look like. I want to see, this is me, I want to see, because I will be one of those voters, but I will also represent to you, I've never voted against any bond in my life. So I'm an easy target here. I'm going to support, right? And I want to see a complete package that we feel confident that I can publicly ask my fellow council member right here, Mr. Lowry, that would he join if we had this smooth transition, join if we had a May election, that today you publicly will support a bond election in May? I'm asking you that question.
I would support a bond election in May. I do want to add that obviously we don't have time for a forensic audit, but a routine audit, our annual audit that's not complete will be done by May, I would imagine. Am I correct?
It better be.
Okay, so there's things that I would like to share with them. I can't share everything with them, but there are things that I would like to share with them. But yes, that gives us time. A lot can happen between now and May. And I think that when those things happen, I think the public will be happy. And I think that it would clear a lot of things up.
What, I'm sorry, I have to ask, what does that mean? 'Cause I'm confused. What are you saying?
She's talking to
I'm talking to you, Councilman Lott.
Saying
What are you
that
saying?
routine audit would be done, and I think it would clear a lot of things up. And
What does a routine audit have to do with giving the people the opportunity to vote on a station?
well,
Help us.
I think that a routine audit, given the auditors the information that they need, I think that's going to benefit the public because it'll maybe clear the air.
We've been having routine audits and you still won't allow the air to be cleared because you keep giving baseless accusations.
Okay,
We've had them over and over and over again.
Monday,
Joseph.
August 18th. Remember that. Monday, August 18th.
Joseph, that-
baseless accusation.
Nobody's
corrupt.
We all know you like to bully, but that's okay, but we're gonna move
Nobody's
past that.
corrupt.
Finish what you're gonna say.
So I just want you to remember that Monday, August 18th.
Yep.
You said it actually around 3 o'clock today.
I kind of feel like, and I'm gonna leave this point and go back to the discussion. If you were serious, you would have already done that. But I know that I haven't, and I believe Ms. Yancey and anybody else on this dice, we aren't corrupt, Joseph. You've been saying this for 5 years. You've been on the council for a year and a half. Come on, Joseph. Give it up.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now, while you're working on that, we're gonna work on this discussion. Here's the deal. To your point, Ms. Griffin. To your point, Ms. Griffin. There is online from the Lamar Police Association, a message from President Richard Garcia. Many of you don't know, police unions or any union, they are tasked with a few things. They're tasked with negotiating the compensation, the benefits, the training, and the working conditions of their members. A message from Lamar Police Association President Richard Garcia. It's time for a new police department building. Our police department building is no longer meeting the needs of the officers and the staff who serve this community every day. The current facility is outdated, overcrowded, and in some areas could even pose health risks to those working inside. This is not just a law enforcement issue, it's a community issue. Regardless of political or personal differences, we must come together to ensure our officers have a safe, functional, and modern facility to operate from. A few years ago, watch this, Ms. Griffin, because we've heard different numbers, but this is coming from the union president. A few years ago, the estimated cost, and we'll ask Alec to agree with this or not agree with this. A few years ago, the estimated cost of a new police department was around 15 million. Since then, costs have only gone up. The longer we wait, the more expensive this is. Investing in a new police department is investing in the safety and future of our community. The time to act is now, before costs rise further and conditions worsen. That's from the union president, Richard Garcia. Here's the deal in the end. I said to all of us before, I don't ever have to step in that building, and none of us ever have to step in that building. At one point in the city's future, I'm not going to be the mayor. This isn't about one person's vendetta against another person, because that's all we're talking about. These tactics have been obstruction, 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 and it has hurt our police department. In 2021, they needed a new police station. When this council, when Ms. Yancey, myself, and Mayor Pro Tem, when we stood at a 55-cent tax rate, even though it should have been a 63% tax rate, right? That was a mistake made by our finance director, and a mistake that was not caught by the county tax assessor. We're not going to even bring Ms. Johnson into this, but that's a fact. Should have been 63. The three of us held at 55. And there were allegations then to stir up the pot, to get people to come out and vote against the police department. When Alex first got here and proposed a $12 to $15 million, is that accurate, Alex? I don't ever remember it being anything less than 12 to 15 million. When you brought that forward to us in 2021, there were allegations then. All these, those allegations don't hurt me. They don't hurt Joe Compion. They don't hurt Kim Yancey. They don't hurt Tanya Griffin. Those allegations hurt people, Joseph. They hurt the people of Lamar. And it's time to stop that. If you really care about them and not waging war on us, let's get together and do what's best for the police department. If you believe, or anyone else in here believes, that somehow this bond will cause folks to then do things that are nefarious, then why don't you be a watchdog on the bond money? You can do that. We all can do that. But to stop progress on a building based on all these things that you're saying is just not responsible, sir. That's not what Mayor Pro Tem is bringing up are valid points. I get it. We all are trying to work this through. But to continue to say, oh, something ain't right. Oh, something ain't right. That's just irresponsible. You are a council member. There's a lot folks can say about what they feel is not right. We get it. But we need to come together to make sure that those men and women that risk their lives for us every day have safe working conditions. And the people they serve are giving them through us those safe working conditions. Full stop. Full stop.
If I gotta be the only one to stand up here and say that I don't approve because there's corruption involved with our elected officials, then I'll be the one to do that. Okay, I got no problem with it. Okay. We could have had a forensic audit back in 2021. And if you want to keep bringing things up, you're spitting in the face of the taxpayers that voted against it by 72%. So quit making it a me thing. Blame the taxpayers. They voted against it. So
scope, Joseph.
Scope.
Scope.
Okay,
Scope.
well, scope. Why didn't you provide scope,
Scope.
Al?
Because I don't believe that we need a forensic audit.
Yeah, of course not.
Scope.
I call for the vote.
Scope. Mr. Osteen wants to say something, and then I saw Chief Smith's. Yeah, let him sit down, James, please.
I've been around a long time on council, a number of years, and we had to make some hard decisions. But let me tell you what we're looking at here. Mr. Councilman Lowry mentioned what is a Plan B and Plan C. I want to say this the right way. Y'all have got an obligation to take care of your citizens out there and provide public safety. That's y'all's job. The citizens want protection. If this bond fails, they're not going to have nothing for 3 years.
That's inaccurate.
Okay.
What did you say about general obligation bond? Hold on.
No, a bond. If the bond fails, I believe the attorney said it's going to be 3 years before you could issue a certificate of obligations. Is that not right?
So you would be you've frozen out from non-voted debt.
Non-voted, but you
Yeah,
can do another
okay.
bond. You can do another bond.
Okay, I think y'all plan B, you need to consider a CO. And see if it's gonna be, if you have to raise taxes to make notes on that. If you can issue a CO like we did for the fire department, and you don't have to raise taxes to pay for it, then that's not a tax increase. And the majority of the people that's gonna vote on a bond in whether November or May, they don't know what the police department really needs. All they're gonna say is, hey, it says a tax increase, I ain't voting for it. Y'all got an obligation to buck up and do what needs to be done. Every one of y'all said we need a police department. I don't have no problem with supporting a bond or a CO. But we got to get, for our own, for your citizens' protection out there, y'all got to make a decision to get a police department. And it needs it now. It don't need it in May when it might not pass. They're going to still be working in that dump over there. And the citizens have clearly told y'all, police protection is their number one priority, then streets. So I wouldn't hesitate to consider a CO. I'd support that. I think the citizens would. The ones that are sitting in here that's interested in getting a police department. But, you know, put this thing off till May, and between next couple of months or weeks, see if you can get a CO that's not going to raise taxes. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't.
I got you.
Maybe the bond people can tell us, but I don't know how that works. But y'all need to quit arguing up here and look at what's going to happen if it doesn't pass. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Mr. Osteen, a question for you. Excuse me, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I didn't quite get the plan B. You're suggesting.
My plan B is a CO.
Well, here, let me see if I get this right. I'm thinking these little packages. You're suggesting that today we take action to go ahead and set this for November. If it fails, is what you're saying. No? What do you say?
What I'm saying is, it probably won't pass in November, and it probably won't pass in May.
Either.
What I'm saying, issue certificates or COs. Yeah, COs, certificates of obligation, not a bond.
Yeah, I got you.
What they done for the fire department?
Yeah, for the fire department. Yeah, that's what.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like we done the fire department. And then you can start building this thing in the next couple of months, or whatever you got to do. But y'all need to, you know, we had a council that said, hey, we need a fire department. They issued CO, certificate of obligation. What I'm saying is, if I can appreciate the fact y'all want the citizens to have a say in this, but the ones that are going to have a say in this don't know what the situation is and how the shape this police department's in. You cannot have good law enforcement if you don't have good working conditions.
Yeah.
But you know, if it's not going to increase the taxes, the citizens shouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I got you.
But y'all really need to think about it. And I mean, Councilman Lowry, I think he might go for something like that too, because it's not going to increase our taxes. And I'm behind him. We don't need no tax increase. I support that 100%. But, you know, we need a police department that they can work in.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's another alternative y'all might want to think about. The previous council for y'all, they didn't hesitate. They got a fire department. People wanted fire protection and they wanted emergency protection. Same situation here. They want a police force that's going to be effective. They cannot be effective without a building to work in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I was sitting up there, I wouldn't hesitate to push that. And I have sat up there, so I feel like I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. But we can't sit here and bicker, because that's just going to make this, and he's right. There's a lot of mistrust on this council. But I don't think there'd be any issues with a CO. And then, you know, It's something y'all need to think about. Y'all up there to make the hard decisions. That's what I voted for my councilman, make the hard decisions for me.
Yeah. Thank you, James. Did you want to say something, Chief? I see you. You can start making your way forward. You can start, Chief.
I'm glad that he brought that up. Because there's several of you sitting on the council right now who know that I've had that very discussion with you. And I said those exact same words. I'm in total agreement with CO. Since you asked, I'm in total agreement with handling it that way. Earlier, some things were brought up regarding citizens feeling left out insofar as where we're building the building. If you don't mind, okay. Maybe one thing that we can do is if we build a building over on Boucher and use the current police station, modify that to serve as a jail. That way we're keeping a footprint on this edge of town,
Right.
but also building a new facility in another portion of town. Surely we can utilize some of the space that we already have to make this work and also build a new jail. Just figure out how to do it and how to make it work within the confines of the monies that we have. That's basically the proposal that the committee was bringing forward to you guys. Insofar as the location, going back to your point, going back to what you said earlier, to build a new building on Boucher and also keep a footprint in the current location. And since the jail seems to be a sticking point or maybe an issue, maybe the jail or detention facility, for lack of better words, can be at the location that the PD is at now. And if you maybe do it in some sort of stages, that might help us with the financing or the money end of it. I'm in agreement with what he said about, okay, hey, look,
Let's do it.
let's do it.
Mhm.
Waiting and kicking the can down the road. My concern
Mhm.
is that in May, there will be another issue or another reason. And I can't tell you how disheartening it is to walk into the police station and see the things that I see.
Mhm.
We're in bad shape in Hitchcock, but I can feel good about Hitchcock when I come to Lamarque.
Oh.
Seriously,
Yeah.
seriously.
Mhm.
We need to do better by our police departments.
Mhm.
And surely we can come together on this issue.
Right.
Surely there has to be a way forward that will work. I know there's some points of contention, but surely we can sit down and make this whole thing work for the citizens.
Mm.
You know, these guys are out on the roads every day risking their lives. And then they got to come to rat hole conditions in a building that's substandard that used to be some other building and some other building and some other building before it's what it is now. And it's ridiculous.
Right.
And we need to do better. If there's anything that I can do to help facilitate some sort of, let's move forward,
Mhm.
let's have some healing, let's see what we can do. If you really support the police department, if you say who you are and you really support the police department, now's the time to show it.
Mhm.
It really is the time to show it now. I'm totally in favor of doing this as a CO.
Mhm.
So if you think that you might have problems in November, if you think that you might have problems in May, you can alleviate that right now and just go to the vote
Right.
and do it as a CO.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Justin McDonald, 3 Pine Circle. So I'm a builder. So I've built several of these type facilities. What we don't have right now is it's going to cost us this. This is what we're building. And I think as a taxpayer, I would feel much better if I knew what we were building when you asked me to vote on it.
Mhm.
That's a simple,
Yeah.
I want to know what we're buying.
Right.
So I don't think we're there yet. I was in the meeting today. the cost of some of his referenced project range from $800 a square foot to $550 a square foot. So we need to narrow down what we're doing. What is our scope? What finishes are we doing? Where are we building it? All these things add to how much it's going to cost. So I think we have a little more work to do to get there. As a taxpayer, I would want to know, and you know, get it hammered out, say, this is what we're building, this is where we're building it to the world, send them to the vote.
Yeah.
I think that's what the vote, the taxpayer wants.
Yeah.
Mr.
And
McDonald,
they're two buildings. Okay, cool. That's another idea, but we don't know what we're building yet. How can you ask me to vote on it? I think that's reasonable to your taxpayers.
We understand. Yeah. I appreciate, I appreciate you, I appreciate you communicating that the way that you just did with the respect and the kindness that you did, Mr. McDonald. I appreciate you.
Mr.
That's all I
McDonald,
got.
I need your address for the record.
3 Pine Circle.
Thank you.
Real good. I see a Ms. Yancey and then I see a Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, council, I also remind y'all it is 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So that was my concern too, because I had a feeling that it would turn into this. And to just do a CO, because we know we need it. But there's and I thank you for your words, Councilman Osteen, because when this first came to the table, I knew what this was going to turn into, just because of the immaturity of some of the things that we see in our city. And it's easy for us to do a CO and then work out the details of all of that, since we know now the amount, right? We know now we don't have to raise tax. I know it may not be unanimous, but we need healing in our city. But we also, like, to his point, we need to provide public safety. That's what we're doing. So I would like to call for the vote to do a CO bond for 17.5.
Hold that, what you got? Mayor Pro Tem, you want to jump in?
Yes. Sorry.
When he's done, I was talking to him.
Yeah.
I think he wants to speak when he's.
No, I just wanted to make sure that we can call for that vote.
We can't call for that vote today.
No, because I think
Okay.
this was for a GO vote today.
Okay.
Okay.
Because it's not on the agenda.
Sure.
So from that standpoint, the direction for us to pursue a CO,
Okay.
we come back with you and there's a process, there's a notice of intent that you have to pass, and then there's a process for issuing the CO. So that would be a process that might be forward. There may also be some analysis that your financial advisor needs to do, as we talked about with the DO bond, it would be staged over time in order to ensure that you didn't have a tax rate. So there may be some things like that as part of the plan of finance. So it might be one of those things, if you went that direction, that you'd instruct us to come back with a plan of finance for you.
Okay, so that would.
Thank you.
But if we take that route, then we're off the ballot for November for a general.
That's correct.
And that would be deferred from May if.
Yes, sir. Today is the final day to call.
For the November one.
Yes.
Okay. I did have some questions on the clarification. Some of the things that I heard earlier from Chief Smith, and then Mr. McDonald also mentioned it. I got a bit more clarity in terms of my question where this idea and the concept of maintaining and renovating to some extent the jail facility over here, making it safe, and then locating and building a second location, perhaps 15,000 square feet, something to keep within the numbers that we have at another site. And it's interesting because the CO is something, when I first came on council, I was ready to do at that point. When I first joined, because I publicly stated, our policemen deserve
This building.
deserve the building. My question, however, is if we take the CO route, it's not requiring any sort of tax increase, but you don't have the answer to that. Do you?
We have to run the numbers, Brad Egg, Steeple Public Finance. What I'd probably recommend is, and I saw that y'all are looking to adopt a tax rate today. Typically what we do with our cities is a planning to design phase. So a smaller amount to get through, to get some plans together so that you can get to a spot where you can go out to bid for general contractor type bids. Generally what I recommend with what I'm hearing, if it was a decision to go that route, would be to perhaps do a small tax note for, let's say, $1 million, so that you can get a good set of plans, specifications together, so you can go to a general contractor and get that hard bid for the cost of the construction. And once you receive that bid, then you look at doing the CO so that you match your financing up with that cost. So the timing of that, a tax note may be considered here in the next week or two before you adopt your tax rate, so that you keep it steady without an increase. And then we come back with that CO for the long-term permanent financing once you're ready to go out to bid for contractors.
But hasn't almost half the work, Alex, already been done? We have drawings, right? You'd have to.
No, sir.
No, we don't have a.
And I be very clear, what we had discussed with JB, that's how this all went down, was that we needed to get to a number as quickly as possible to inform council about a bond. So our contract was written to deploy a lot of resources real fast to try to figure out how to assist in the discussion of how big and how much, right? And part of that is why we're looking at very rounded kind of numbers. And I mean, Ms. Holly, one of the emails that I shared with you was that, hey, if you want,
Brad.
what Brad is saying, should the council choose to want to go down a road to do the design first before the issuance of the numbers, you have exactly is one way. We had some communication about this a couple weeks ago. As maybe that's something that might be considered, but that's why what we're currently doing is we're quickly trying to respond to, hey, you know, there's two sites, you know, maybe it's this land, maybe it's not this land, maybe it's renovation, maybe it's not. That's a lot of things to explore in a very small amount of time. If we go down this route of more financial security, you will get to an answer. This gentleman, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Justin. What Mr. Justin had recommended is also a very traditional path of.
So actually, if we go ahead and follow your suggestion, issue this debt instrument for about $1 million, 750, $1 million, whatever, that will formalize plans to be drawn up within the areas that we have. Then at that point, we will all be able to say and show to our public, here are our plans. Here's what this is going to look like. And now at that point, council can do one of two things. It could come back and say, and this is we can issue a CO based upon your financial information and details up to a certain amount of dollars that would not incur an additional tax rate. Right? Am I with me? And then at that point, if council so decides, it can go ahead and issue the CO for that amount.
I would suggest that you have a construction bid before you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, and that's included in the million. That's part of the process.
So he won't just give us a 17 million first?
No, because we don't know the numbers.
We can, but I don't think that's
the right way to do it.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's a process.
What our scope of services include, and again, we talked to JB about this. Part of this discussion about citizen involvement, right? Maintaining the public safety committee, having meetings over the duration of the design, giving residents plenty of opportunity to come to these meetings, hear about it, see about it, be a part of this discussion. This is
stakeholder meeting.
Stakeholder engagement is really important for this as they come along this process, being available to do Q and A's and have citizen comments. This is how we did City of Bel Air. Exactly this. We've been on a very rigid cadence and brought that community along with us. And so when we did get to a final number, prudent is a great word. All the decisions that led to the final number have been documented. It's there. The communities come along, for the decision. And when council makes that decision, you have, 10 months of history behind you that says, yes, that's the path we're going to go in.
And let me ask you this: if for whatever reason, I mean, we opt for this route, this route, we get the plans, we get some bids out there for the work, comes back to us to incur either issue an additional CO, or does the option exist at that point to also say, now for this point, we're going to go back and include this in a May, and it'll be in February, right? That's still an option. That would be the plan B almost. You understand?
What?
You understand?
It doesn't
We
preclude
could-
you going out to
Yeah.
a GO bond if you do this.
Yeah, we could go
for
ahead
May
and
election.
issue the CO but if there wasn't enough support for that, then you'd still have that option in May. Okay.
If you get to the finish line, and you don't like the number, you want to ask the residents, you could.
Yeah.
GO.
Yeah.
Certainly do that.
Yeah, okay, that's what
Sorry,
I'm.
you got it. That's
I'm
all.
comfortable, understand that.
And so we would go through the bidding process. So our contract goes through bidding, because then you gotta wait. We would do a formal RFP for the city. You can choose how you want to procure it, hard bid, negotiated bid, see how we can do that. And then you'll have the number of hands. What the one downside to that is that when the contractor gives you his number, it's going to guarantee it for a certain amount of time, depending on where that end date is.
Yeah.
And where the bond election is, how fast you can issue that debt, that number might not be in good.
Okay.
Right, so there is a risk.
A
there,
risk,
just to say it out loud, but it is certainly a methodology that many cities do.
Okay.
Chicken and egg chicken.
Chicken and egg and chicken.
I have a question.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
One more time, could you explain what your thought was on refurbing and the new placement stuff? Just one more time. I want to get that on the record for everybody.
Okay. When we arrived at the meeting today earlier, we were told that the $17.5 million figure did not include a jail. And we were told that that was per council's instructions. So a police department that does not have a jail or a detention facility is useless. Correct. So in trying to figure out how to have a footprint on this side of town, but yet build something that would accommodate the other side of town, the committee is basically saying, if you need a jail and you don't have room for it on the plans that you have, that they drew up, use the facility that you have here, modify it, and keep that footprint of the officers on this side of town, but also build whatever it is you need on the other side of town. That way you could serve all areas of the community in some form of capacity. So that's basically what we were saying.
And then one more thing. So, and this is your expertise. So would we need a dispatch center over there and a dispatch center over here? Or would we just need one dispatch center?
It would only be one dispatch center, I mean, the dispatch center for all practical purposes could be in El Paso because you're talking on the radio. So one dispatch center, whatever you decide to have it, whether it be at the newer location or the old location. But if your dollars are your issue, surely there could be a way to figure out how to make this work where all segments of the community can be served. Everybody may not get everything that they want, but this would maybe be some sort of compromise that could make it happen.
So we could reduce the 20-some thousand square foot by reducing the jail because we have it. And then we could reduce the area for dispatch at the new facility because we already have it. So we've already made a massive reduction.
That would be one way to look at it.
That you still cannot have employees. The whole purpose of this needing a new station is that the employees cannot work in unsafe, unhealthy conditions. That's the purpose. And so wherever the telecommunicators are, they can't be over there. They gotta be over here.
So in our report that we did a couple years ago, the current PD facility is structurally sound and it's out of the floodplain. It actually works quite well. The box is a precast concrete box. It's kind of perfect. So in expanding on what Chief was saying, the current jail facility is an add-on to the bank. It's a scab. It was built in the 90s. It's just pushed up against it. What you would do is you would build the $17 million facility, and let's for right now amongst friends say it's going to be cheaper than that because we're going to bid it. It's going to be a hard bid. We'll have the exact number. Without a jail, you would completely renovate the current PD that's there. You gut it because there's nothing inside of it. There's only one column grid and it's a box, and it's a quite nice box. And you put your jail there. The only thing you would have to duplicate is that the jail also needs a small booking area. It needs a small sally port. It needs a small report writing. If I'm wrong, those three things kind of go with when you have to book somebody, right? How we move evidence, if ever there was, on the person's body to get from A to B can be a logistical challenge that can be solved. It's not ideal, but it can be done.
I've never seen it like that. I've never seen it in two separate places where you have the police department here and the jail over here on the other side of town. I've never seen that, so I don't know. Maybe it could be done, maybe not. We were just trying to spitball and come up with ways to get in within that 17 million when we spoke about, and I think we always talked about keeping this location, using it for something. But certainly we do need the new PD, and ideally it would include the jail, and it would include the dispatch center, and it would include those things that we need. But we were trying to come up with ways that we could change the plans that were presented so that we could fit within that $17 million budget is what we were trying to come up with ideas. And I really think that, speaking with, if you spoke with Chief and the command staff over there, they could really help with ideas on what to include in places where we could maybe compromise and save some money. So.
Yeah, I think my question is, Sergeant Cantu, with the jail and the station being connected now, we don't have jailers.
No, sir.
And so how is it lawful to allow for those detainees to be, and this is for you, Chief, as well, to be in a building without supervision, without a person?
We supervise them. We check on them every hour. So there are jail checks that need to be done, and that's per law. We do utilize an officer to be the booking of the jailer, so to speak. So when we do bring them in, we book somebody into the jail, we utilize an officer for that. Same thing, booking them out, an officer takes that position.
And you can leave, y'all can leave?
You need to come back and check on them within the hour and make a check of them and document that. But as long as that's conducted. Now, that's certainly an antiquated way to do things. So we would like to have cameras in there so that they are monitored 24/7. But the bare minimum standard is to at least come in there and check on them once an hour.
And because we're trying to think creatively, perhaps the $17 million new build has the jail over there, has dispatch, training, gym, all those other things that are nice to haves, end up on this side of town in a renovated building that's over here, right? I think we can. I think what Chief Wilmon was suggesting is, I'm trying to find our words here. From the community engagement perspective, making sure that we still have a historic presence in two places, be that through different departments or a place that the officers are going to check in on because it's training, something like that. There is a police presence here. You could go to that building and walk inside and you'd find something. I think there is a creative solution there, understanding that the bank building has good bones. The bones are there, they just have them small, right?
Yeah.
And to the I think you said well-dressed gentleman behind us because I don't remember his name. Sorry.
There's two well-dressed gentlemen behind.
Well-dressed gentleman behind me. This is a methodology. Seabrook did exactly this. They went through, they did the whole design. They got a bid, then they're going to go to bond, and they'll build it when the bond goes through. That's how that went down.
Yeah.
Right. So there is precedent for that type of engagement. And
yeah. So I'll say this because I know my friend Ms. Yancey she's saying that if we go the CO route, we might not get a unanimous vote because of the stance that I've made on COs. but I'm not going to stand in the way. We need a police station like yesterday. And I'm open. If we can put a timeline on it, Joe, I don't want to drag this out 10 months, 12 months. This, we got some good months left in 2025. I'm willing to compromise to your point, to Ms. Yancey's point, to work toward a CO, because at the end of the day, the police need a station and we need to stop obstructing that. And I'm willing to work to get to a place that all of that obstruction is gone so that 5 members can vote on this and move this forward.
And Mayor, I applaud your view there. More importantly, I think that it gives us, if we take this route of getting some plans drawn up, getting some bids, now we have hope. Now we can touch something and visualize. And that certainly makes, for all of us, a stronger, safer community that we can get behind, as we should be our policemen, police persons, or our men and women of our, and pets, dogs. God, I'm really on the road. And our canine officers,
Yeah, I'm not in favor of a bond election in May. I think, again, we're kicking the can down the road, but Joe, I'll go with you in working together to get this council ready in the next few months to consider a CO. I'll work with you on that. No problem at all. Because at the end of the day, we were looking at November anyway, right? And so if we can cross that finish line somewhere around that time, to your point, Mr. McDonald, get some designs and get some folk in here that'll show us what we need. And the council can ultimately make that decision. I'm not gonna stand in the way of that. In fact, I'll support that 100%. And so we just need to get our sleeves rolled up. If we do this though, Joe, as we are directing the staff and bond council to start making preparations, let's put a timeline on it. Let's not drag it out. That's my only thing.
If I may, Kira, what is the date in February that we would have to go through this again if you wanted to go on to a bond, a GO?
It's typically around February 14th, February 16th, something in that range.
So I'm counting on my fingers because architect, right? So September, October, November, December, January, February, you have 6 months. You could, go very fast to the end of the year and either get it's 4 months is not enough time for a complete set of plans. 4 months is enough time to get a construction manager at risk to give you a guaranteed maximum price. You could go out for a CMAR RFP in October, get the CMAR on board, have them get the first set of drawings in January to give you a number so that you could make a decision in February. Do I want to go to a GO or a CO? That's about the fastest you could possibly do this if we were to rock and roll September 1, right? Usually about 5 months in, you'll get the DD level plans. It's enough to get that first pass of, okay, where am I with a real bid? It's a CMAR bid, to be very clear. It's not 3 bids. It's a CMAR who's going to give you their background, their knowledge, and the open book to get that first pass. But you wouldn't be able to go out for bid to get 3 bids if you want to do a traditional thing. You'd miss that May deadline. But
So the question then becomes, let's say hypothetically, we do vote to bring a general obligation bond election in November and it passes. How long from that vote, that affirmative vote, would we then get to a place of design and all of those features?
It's a great question. So, Mr. Bond, if it's approved in November, what's the fastest the bonds could be sold and the funds secured?
You have to canvass and get those election results.
So we're talking past February.
Yeah.
So the same time frame, basically. Would a CO be faster?
No, so
Deal would be faster because
Okay.
In fact, I'm suggesting that you would look into a tax note here in the next few weeks to have the initial funding for the detailed plans and specifications. Some of those soft costs that go into a construction project, we pay for those up front. And so you can start that design process and hire someone to do that detailed architectural design and engineering immediately. Otherwise, you're gonna have to wait until February to start that time.
Yeah. So CO's faster.
Well, so the tax note is the fastest way to do it because, and you get to double dip, right? So if you use the tax note, our soft costs come out of the $17 million budget. They're now two different things. You've now increased your building budget because you're using a different bucket of money to pay for the design costs. Because right now we're putting everything in the bond. So to your specific question, if you put everything in the bond and the bond passes in November, you couldn't then get the proceeds from the bond to advance the design until February. You're actually 6 months behind.
Yeah.
Right. It's the other way around. So the absolute fastest thing to do, because time is money, is to do something that advances the design to cost certainty, and then you choose your diverging route, which one you want to use.
Yeah, I got you. I like that idea. Joe, can you?
Question, how much is it, the wiring? I've actually heard this from different departments and different officers just in the last couple of days in discussing a police station. The wiring, so the IT side of it, what is that cost analysis, like rough ballpark?
You're not gonna like this answer. It's expensive.
Million?
It's expensive. The structured cabling, so I'll give you an example. If you build a jail and you decide to go follow state standards, every jail cell has 2 cameras in it. It's tied back to dispatch. Yes, an officer might only come in there once an hour. There's always eyes on that person, right? Most jails will have, if they choose to do the automated opening system, you actually pay for a custom made, what is effectively an iPad that has each jail cell, and you click the button, it opens the door, et cetera, et cetera. So this is that FF&E cost that gets real expensive real fast. It includes your tables, chairs, but then it also includes your dispatch consoles, which could be 80 grand a piece. It can include your control system for the jail and dispatch. I think right now we were carrying $100 a square foot on just the FF&E, which typically includes all this IT stuff, because you go get a specific vendor that is also the person that maintains it for the department for the duration of its existence. You don't typically bid it out. You go to data box, right? Or you do bid it out, but you don't bid it to the contractor. You go to Night Security or Data Box or one of those guys, and they create for you the system for your department. But it can be a 7-figure number.
And the reason I bring that up, it goes back to keeping what we have over here versus spending all that money and taking away from what they could expand over there. Refurbing this here. If we're looking at $1 million cost, just to transfer wiring and all that kind of stuff, it would be more cost effective to get a portable unit like they have for dispatch, and then refurb that building and keep them in that building, so we're not transferring all that stuff out.
Sorry, I mean, it's not the cost of the cabling. The wires themselves, Cat cable, Cat 5, Cat 6 is not that expensive. It's the integrated IT system that is the expensive part. Even if you renovate it, you're gonna put a new system in, right? So that cost is here or there. The cost of the cabling it's not terribly expensive. You buy rolls of this stuff for days. But I think I understand your point. And we did look when we did the initial analysis. We actually met with dispatch. We had crawled through their dispatch console to kind of evaluate, like, is it reusable, right? So the current dispatch consoles they have are actually just kind of cobbled together computer screens. It's not a true console, right? They have all the things like the UPS backup power and so on, that all belong in that.
Joe, did you have something?
I would, if the council would permit me to make a motion that I would like to move that we authorize both our bond counsel and our financial advisors to lay the foundation or the groundwork for the city to issue a tax note in the amount of $1 million that would permit us to do initial design work and plans for.
Y'all can't do that.
But he said that he said we could give guidance.
Give guidance rather than a motion. I think it's just.
All could do is request that
Just count.
here.
Let's request that Gus come. How about that?
Best time.
Yes, y'all can make a request that that be brought back to y'all for review.
That's the request. That's the.
Correct. Yeah, but it's not in a formal,
Not a motion.
Okay,
yeah,
so.
not a formal directive because it's not noticed, really. It's not noticed for that.
So how does the council express that?
Right.
Just like
You all say that's what you think should happen.
You,
And,
no
or
vote?
you could say, I think this is what could happen, or the mayor could say that. And then if anyone disagrees, they should make that known. And if you don't,
just
then-
nod.
you would.
then
ask
we
the
will
city
proceed
manager.
accordingly and don't cut our heads off when we bring that back and say, we didn't tell you to do this.
Without objection, what do you want me to say? Jim?
That provide, we asked our bond counsel and our financial advisors to bring us in.
Without objection, we ask our bond counsel and our financial advisors to bring us back
Tax note.
a tax note, so that we can pursue a certificate of obligation, for a new police station. What else?
Work
you
on
wanna say?
the plan of dance, staff, I just want to make a comment. We want to do this before you set your upcoming tax rate. So that we can make sure to keep it level, usually do city.
The tax rate has to be set today.
Yes, that too.
Again, I am anticipating, without objection, counsel, that this thing be done in February.
Yep.
Right? Our officers cannot wait any longer. And so this will not be kicked down the street or dragged out in any way, ladies and gentlemen on this council. It will not happen. All right. What else do we need to say, Gus? Did we do it? We did it.
You did it.
We did it. There's gonna be a reception and I'm just teasing. All right. Anything else on the general obligation line item?
I do have a
Gentlemen,
question. So, because we're pretty sure about the tax rate. And I guess we need to kind of talk about it when you come back. About how that fits because to your point, if we can't get enough in the CO bond without raising taxes, then we still, I mean, I don't know. So maybe I'll wait. I'll do some research.
He'll come back.
Yeah, all right.
That's all.
I just saw your face and your face was like, yeah.
If you're
Like you had some heartburn.
reducing the tax rate today,
We are
We're
not.
not.
keeping both the. impact and-
Exactly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's why you were looking like that.
Yes.
we're gonna consider, right now, actually, we're gonna consider that tax rate. Anything else on the police station? Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you, council.
very good, very good compromise, very good compromise.
That is a good.
It has been a pleasure to work with the Public Safety Committee. Absolutely. You all are dismissed. And we thank you for your work. Until the next time we need a police station, we'll keep you in mind. Y'all too. Any further comments on the police station? Let's move, council, past the police station to item 5. Three, special election. We don't need that, Ms. Nance, do we? All right. Now we're moving to new business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action.
Just pack my go ahead.
Oh, we can't leave. We can have a 5-hour discussion on the tax rate.
Pay attention.
Item 6, new business items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 6.1, tax rate. Proposed tax rate for fiscal year 2025-2026. City clerk.
Hi.
Hey.
You guys need a tax rate for the next year. I was not physically here for the meeting this morning, but are you all ready to proceed with that?
Ma'am, are we ready to proceed? Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Yes, okay. I do have language that would need to be stated, and this is going to be a voice vote item. So whoever decides to make the motion, it's in the supporting documents, but I have my laptop in front of me if you want to just read it from my laptop.
Very good. Let's bring Ms. Holly in. Ms. Holly presented us with an amended budget today, her first budget. And she presented it with a recommended tax rate. And so we'll give her the floor at this point.
Yes, sir. The tax rate that the budget was built on is 0.398501, which is identical to this year's tax rate. And that includes a 0.115253 debt rate. Do you need to know the M and O?
No, what I need to know is well, I guess it's effectively a 0% increase in the tax.
No, it will raise more revenue than last year, so we need to make sure that we're stating that because the no new revenue rate is actually 0.37, and this would be coming in at 0.39, but it is less than either the voter approval at 0.45 or the de minimis at 0.40.
So what I would request just for a brief second is that we take like maybe a 5-minute recess so we could work out the math for the second number so that way we can have it presented to y'all because there is one additional number I'm gonna need.
Okay.
We can do it. Did you want to ask your question
I
before?
did like to ask, you said that there's language, and I'm looking at the language. I just need some clarity.
Mhm.
We're adopting the same, if I'm assuming, we're adopting the same rate, but the language says there's a and/or option, and the only two options are increase or decrease. How do we handle that?
Right, that's the second number that I needed to work out with her. Because essentially what I would assume is, because the second part says, which is effectively, I would say a 0% increase in the tax rate, because
It's
if
a
we're using the
0%,
same
yeah.
number, it's the same number. But I just want to speak with her to make sure that what we've done is in line with what she recommends. Does that make sense?
Because it's not a change in the tax rate,
Correct.
but it will generate more
More
revenue.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Let's
Correct.
take a 5-minute recess, council, and be back for the vote. Hello again and good afternoon. It is 2 minutes after 5. We are back from our recess. We have given the manager and the clerk time to work on the accurate figures. And we are now on item 6.1 tax rate, proposing a tax rate for fiscal year 2025-2026. Are we at the point that we're needing a motion, Ms. Nance?
Yes, sir.
I will entertain a motion for the proposed tax rate of fiscal year 2025-2026.
There.
Yes, sir.
As part of the conversation we had early in the day, just to remind everyone that the language required by state law is always a tax increase. And even though the numbers don't necessarily reflect that. But having said that, I would like to move that I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.98501.
There's a 3 in front of that.
0.398501.
Mhm.
Sorry. That would have been great.
I was like, that was a big old
I'll
increase.
repeat that. I move that the property tax rate increase by the adoption of a rate of 0.398501, which is effectively a 0.283591% tax increase.
Is there a second
Second.
discussion? Let's consider.
Tell me that number again. I just need that number. one
Okay,
more time.
that number again, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry.
3.9.
The tax rate, which is our current one, will maintain 0.398501.
Okay.
And which effectively, as a result of the tax appraisal increases,
Correct.
effectively, it is a 0.283591% tax increase.
2.8.
3591%.
Percent.
And for clarity purposes, Ms. Kira, that's 0.283591% of the 0.398501?
No, so that's gonna be referencing the tax revenue, how, that's the increase in tax revenue.
The revenue. the
Yes,
increase
sir.
appraisal.
So there is not a rate increase, there is a
No, the rate-
revenue increase.
Correct.
So let's inform the public what that means. If there are new homes that come online in our city, for example, if we had 400 homes that were paying taxes and 5 more were built, that will cause an increase in tax revenue. Is that correct, Ms. Nance?
Yes,
If someone's home was valued at $300,000 last year, and it is valued at $350,000 this year, that will cause a revenue increase, correct?
correct.
And so when we say tax revenue increase, we're talking primarily about new homes or higher valuations to individual homes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There is no tax increase on the rank and file members of our community unless you fall into one of those categories.
Yes, sir.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for
I
voice
have
vote.
to do a voice
Go
vote.
ahead, Ms.
Yes. Okay, Councilmember District A,
Yes.
Councilmember District B,
Yeah.
Councilmember District C,
Yes.
Councilmember District D,
Yes.
and Mayor.
Yes,
Okay. It is unanimous.
very good. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Do we have one?
Good job. Thank you.
Ms. Nance, is there any work needed to be done on the official acceptance of the city manager's budget?
Are you all? So what'll happen is on Monday, there will be an ordinance for you all to officially begin the process of adopting the budget. She gave you all an update, a modified proposal today, so you all will do that on Monday. Is that? Okay.
Very good. Any final thoughts on budget workshops? I'm sorry.
And then, so between now and Monday as well, or hopefully by the end of the week, If we have any other questions for you on your proposed budget, we can forward our questions to you.
Yes, and I hope by then I will have the $2 park subsidy, not subsidy, but the charge per water bill. And I can have that information for you.
Any further comments on the budget?
And you're gonna give us an update on the deadline for presentation of the audit as well, too. Completed audit.
I certainly hope so.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Any further discussion on the budget? Well, as we conclude, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody. Thank you for coming on board and cleaning everything up. A lot of work. Thank you to the fire department. You guys, your heart is, your whole team, their heart is just in it, in the city, and it shows. And just talking with your guys and seeing your guys and how they react with the public and stuff, it's very heartwarming. And I hope other cities, and I've never experienced it, but I hope other cities are as good as ours. Thank you to the police department as well for taking the cuts that they had to and working in the conditions that they're left with, as well as public works. Everybody's had major cutbacks, and we're moving forward. That's it.
Very good.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, this concludes our budget workshop for 2025 and 2026 fiscal year. Ms. Holly, thank you for doing a bang-up job with what you were given and what this council was given. Thank you to your staff for the work that they've done, not only over the weekend, which I'm sure was tremendous amounts of work, but what they have been doing since you have gotten here. I'll say again, I am appreciative that you are a calming influence on our staff, and your no-nonsense approach to municipal government is refreshing. And I'm excited about what you can do now that we are past this portion of our task. Look forward to great things from you.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. There's nothing further. I think we don't have an executive session. We don't have any items to take from executive session. Are there any requests or announcements from council?
Is this for next month's agenda?
Next meeting's agenda?
For September 8th agenda. not
September
Monday.
8th agenda? Okay. No requests? No requests? Let's move to adjournment. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.
Thank you all. Thank you.